Welcome everybody to the podcast Legend Killers. I'm your host, Eddie Lynch, whatever you want to call me, with your returning co-host, Mr. Eddie Nigma, with your co-host, Mr. John Esquire,
Nice.
Esquire, Esker, Xer,
Just call me John.
with your co-host, Quincy Jones Show.
Listen. You listening? Hey.
How you doing,
What it do? I'm doing all right. Just getting old, surviving life.
Brian Seltzer, whatever the hell his name is.
Brian Meltzer? Something
Meltzer,
like
Seltzer, Meltzer, yeah.
Alka-Seltzer? I think that's what it is.
Brian Alka-Seltzer.
You wanted to discuss who is one of my favorite, or who is my greatest of all time?
Yeah, you have to pick one.
See, I was gonna say that's what makes it hard, because you're saying like in the entirety of pro wrestling, like even like retired or current, right?
Everything.
Then there's only one person I can really say, and I'm gonna get heat for this. Roman? No.
Yeah, and then Christian asked him, "What'd you eat?" And I think Kane had a burrito, like a big burrito, he said. And then Christian like punches him in the gut and then runs away. And like Ronda Rousey doesn't like fans. She prefers air conditioners. I think this is a very well-known fact.
Stupid.
Welcome everybody to the podcast Legend Killers. You know, my name is Eddie Lynch. I'm with your co-host, Mr. Quincy Jones. Go ahead and speak to the audience, sir.
What is going on? It's Eddie Jones and Quincy Lynch. Oh wait, is that wrong? I'm sorry. But I will say, though you can't see us, nor can you see John Cena, as he had just gotten married on the weekend. So there you go. We're in good company. What's going on, Eddie? Great to be back, man.
Hell yeah. And, you know, as Kid Cudi would say, the trilogy continues, because this is our third podcast together, and I'm loving it so far. Let's get this going.
You know, it's funny you bring up Kid Cudi, man, and yeah, it's a beautiful thing. 3 times the charm, baby. You know what I mean? They can't stop chemistry. But, you know, you brought up Kid Cudi, and, you know, I thought, you know, you talked to me about this off the mic, but I think it is pretty important. Maybe we should start the show about this. You know, Kid Cudi, obviously someone who's a lot of people would like to label him like a tortured artist, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Someone that has so much creativity, but because they go through a lot, and obviously himself being self-proclaimed, you know, kind of a victim of mental health and stuff like that. And, you know, obviously, you know, not to break kayfabe too much here, we obviously had kind of this ugly memory of you just never know, you know, what people are going through. You just got to be reminded, sometimes people are actually fighting for their life every day, man.
Yeah.
And, you know, like I said, you know, we got a quick reminder of that, you know, today. And, you know, we just want to talk to everyone out there. You know, we know times are tough right now. We know things are looking weird. You know, everyone keeps talking about when things go back to normal. But, you know, I don't know what normal is anymore. But I can tell you this. Ladies and gentlemen, even if you feel like nobody cares about you, I care about you, Eddie cares about you. At the end of the day, man, we just want to say, make sure your friends are checking on you. Make sure you're talking to your friends as well, you know, because, you know, it's really important everybody just be there for each other, especially at a time like this. You know, not to be too political, or there's just so much bad stuff already going on in 2020.
Yeah.
Whether it's, you know, whether the sun won't freaking go home and it's hot as shit in October, whether, you know, you're losing friends over political parties, whether you're getting, you know, trouble from home or work, or just whatever it is, man. We know it's hard. We know things are crazy right now, but all we can say is just hold on, man. Be strong. We know you guys are tough. And if no one's told you lately, we're going to tell you you're tough. You're going to kick ass. You're going to kick this thing. And the moment you feel alone, do not hesitate to let somebody know you are not a burden. You are not a burden. You are cared for. You are loved for. And all I got to say is just keep this thing positive, man. Let's keep this thing rocking. It's almost November, man. It's almost 11 months into this thing. This year's almost over. And look, I know once the year's over, that doesn't mean things are going to go back to normal. You know, it's not a reset button, but man, we've made it through so much so far. Let's keep it going. Let's end the year strong. Again, man, let's just keep spreading love and positivity, man. That's what it's about.
Absolutely, and upon that note, man, I just gotta say to everybody going through it right now, listen, take it from me. I've been through it this week, last week, goddamn, this whole goddamn month. I know it's only been 15 days, but goddamn it, it's been tough for me. I had a seizure a couple weeks ago. I've been going through it, you know what I mean? And the reason why I mentioned that, not to air my dirty laundry, but I say that for a reason because I want people to understand something here. I've seen something. Life is short now. Life is, you know, life is worth being cherished. Life, you gotta take it. You gotta enjoy it as much as you can. You gotta cherish the people that you're with, even if they drive you nuts in that moment. Even though you feel like, oh my god, they're getting on your goddamn nerves. You know what I mean? I mean, not to be
And,
so extreme, but you
no, but
know,
hey, yeah, I mean, but you're right, dude. You're absolutely right. Like, I mean, you just gotta focus. You gotta reposition your focus on what makes you happy, who
yeah,
makes you happy,
yeah,
and just I mean, me myself. I mean, obviously, I knew about your trip to the hospital a few weeks
yeah,
ago, and
mm,
it's another one of those things, man. Like, unless you say it, nobody would know that you're going through stuff, and
yeah,
that's the same for a lot of people right now.
yeah.
So just again, man, you just be nice to each other. I encourage you that.
And that's also
I
something very. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I've said it before. Being a decent human being costs you nothing but effort.
Yep. Yep.
That's it.
Yep. And see that's a very important thing, man. Be nice to one another. You never know what someone's going through unless they say something. And for you, those of you that are going through something, whatever it may be, we'll Quincy Jones and I will keep you guys in our prayers forever. But it never hurts. No matter what, it never hurts to open up to somebody who's close to you, who cares about you. And yes, you will have somebody that cares about you. Even if you think
Absolutely.
there's not, you know what I mean? You have people that care about you. I myself, I'm privileged with so many people in my life. You know what I mean? Quincy Jones is one of those people. I tell you, a couple of months ago, I lost a friend due to a political argument that we had. Not really an argument, but a debate. But he took it a whole different level from what I was actually trying to say. And man, I miss that friend? Yeah, yeah, I miss him, but I do know that um you know I have a whole lot of other people that care about me, a whole lot of people that care about I care about, and apart from that, so do you. If you lost a
Yeah.
friend, if you whatever it is that you went through this year, you still got people you can care about, still got people you can talk to about, what I mean, whatever it is, man, just always
And
reach out.
and
Always.
and, and let me also say, even in your situation, because you're gonna. It's like I said, these weird times got people acting weird. Everyone's in their head. Everyone's in their emotions and stuff like that. And let me clarify. I don't mean weird as in like, I'm not trying to chat size anybody. I mean like, everyone always says like, oh, there's Mercury in the air and all this.
Yeah.
Everybody always says it's in retrograde and don't do this. It's
Mhm.
kind of like been a year long retrograde. You know what I mean? So, I mean, there's still up like this. There might be times where you might be at odds with some people. As in your case.
Mhm.
And I mean, it doesn't make you a bad person to still wish them well from afar. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
It is what it is,
I
and
wish him for sure, man.
so I mean, but yeah, I just again, definitely important, man. Let you guys know,
Mhm.
you guys are appreciated.
Mhm.
And again, I'm not trying to put too much pressure on you guys if you guys are feeling this way, but
Yeah.
don't be afraid to talk because we want to hear this. We want to listen. You're not an anchor. Again, you're not weighing us
No
down.
burden, nothing like that.
Exactly. You know what I mean? Like we rather know than know after the fact, and that's
Yeah.
just the cold hard truth. That's the bottom line. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So,
Mhm.
but like I said, we wanted to start the show on some positivity. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And especially with the type of stuff we got to go through today.
uh,
I got some stuff to say, but I'm gonna let you lead the show, sir. Let's get to it.
for sure. So let's talk about the WWE 2020 goddamn draft, if we could even call it that, because in reality, I feel as though all they really did was switch the rosters to two different
Thank
shows.
you,
You know what I mean?
dude.
That's how it feels.
Dude,
It feels
I
like
was
you
having
basically just renamed both shows and just move them on a different day.
Bro, like I literally was having this argument, and it was a heated argument, but it was funny because it was it was because I laugh at it now because of how bad it got, but because
Yeah.
you'll see it. It was on the Flow show.
Okay.
I gotta put the episode up, but yeah, we were arguing about it because I was like, dude, all they did was it was like they took, as if like, okay, so say like the demographic of fans that watch Monday Night Raw aren't the same demographic that watch Friday Night SmackDown, right?
Yeah.
So like say like I watch Raw and nothing else, and I don't know anything that's going on SmackDown and vice versa. It's almost like they switch roster just so like, okay, now this show could have their turn with the storyline, and they can have that. You know what I mean? It's like, you got, and not to skip to it, but one of the things was like, oh man, Seth Rollins to SmackDown. I think that's the first time he's been on SmackDown ever. And I'm thinking I'm thinking this is a great pick. And
well, if you count before the draft, he's been on SmackDown a few times, but I'm just being dumb.
No. It was like one of those things where you've seen him as a Monday Night Raw guy for so long. So and then you add that to the fact that he's changed his character so drastically and it's been working well for him. And then you got Roman, who's just gone through the same transformation.
Yeah.
And obviously there's some history there with the Shield. You're like, oh man, I wonder if they're gonna let him. They're gonna let him do something. Of course not, because then they invite the Mysterio family to follow him on SmackDown. I'm just like, oh my god, like more of this, and I'm like, we've had like what 5 months of it already, like. Dude, 4 months. Thing
has been going on since the fucking Extreme Rules pay-per-view, and that was what, back in May? God damn, this thing's taking on too long.
Man, this is crazy. Yeah, because and I know Dominic wasn't involved from the jump, but I almost every Monday night he's in a new match with Seth Rollins.
Dude, they've had like
cage match, street fight, not even on pay-per-view. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, come on, dude.
I swear to God, you would think this creative team has amnesia because they seem to forget they blew off the fucking feud like 10 goddamn weeks ago. And then every week another blow-off match. Like, yo.
Yeah, like I was thinking, he didn't beat him at SummerSlam, but it was a great showing, right? And then like, and then I think that Raw after he had a match and I think he won. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Then that's it. And then it's like, no, another month of this. I'm like, oh my God. But there was some other picks that interested me. Like, you had Braun Strowman moving to Monday Night Raw, even though he was like on Raw Underground for a while. And I guess they canceled Raw Underground now because, all those guys that were in Raw Underground they were in the draft. So Braun, him versus Keith Lee. I think it's a little early, but then again, Keith Lee's first match on pay-per-view, he beat Randy Orton. So I don't think you can go. You can't go higher than that at this point. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm good with that. But look, honestly, like I've criticized Braun Strowman a fair number of times, but if you put him in a big match versus Keith Lee, I guarantee you, as long as Keith Lee is going over, mind you, then this is going to be a damn good match. I agree.
The only thing is, it's like he never comes out. I guess that's the thing. When you're a heel, you can you're able to take more losses because that's just what you do. You can cheat to win, but if you take a loss, it doesn't really hurt you because you're a bad guy and people want you to lose anyways. But when you're a face, it hurts you more to take a loss because then no one takes you serious as a threat or as an actual someone that they can get behind. Yeah. But like Braun, he keeps taking losses, and that's why I've worried about him. Like it sucked. He had the feeling for Roman at WrestleMania against Goldberg. Thank God he took the strap off Goldberg because we don't need that. But then he just kind of held the belt until like Bray Wyatt beat him, which I am a Bray Wyatt fan. But then then you got Bray Wyatt. They just kind of hot potatoed the title. Until Roman came back, So, I guess that was another smart move. You got Braun and Bray off of SmackDown so that they didn't have to be beaten by Roman anymore. Yeah. But yeah, Street Profits traded. I guess the other big thing is, the whole New Day thing. How'd you feel about that?
Okay, so the New Day thing. Look, honestly, the only thing I was really like curious about was was the titles. I was thinking like, and I just thought this was so hilarious because they addressed it on Smack, Talking Smack, and then Biggie was like, "You've been working for this company how long? You're trying to make light of the situation still?" Oh my god, I started dying. But now when it came to them, like, listen, they're gonna come back, they're gonna reunite. I know it for a fact. So I'm not too like concerned about it. And if I'm being honest, like, bro, they're both in Florida. So how, you know what I mean?
Bro, see, that's what I said too. Like, on the same episode, I was like, I said, I get everybody making a big deal, but they're not really broken up. I mean, they filmed the show at the same spot, just on 2 different days. They're gonna see each
Exactly.
other. They're just not gonna be on TV together. Like
Yeah,
they act like they're going to 3 different companies or something.
I
Like,
know.
but yeah, but I understand the impact because it's the first time they split up on TV for
Mhm.
what 6-7 years they said. So I
Yeah.
mean, what I said was, I mean, who says they're split up? I mean, you just got Big E on SmackDown and them on Raw, but they can still come out to the same music and still dress
Yeah.
the same, right? I'm
Exactly.
like, no one's gonna be like, oh, the New Day, they're just on 2 different shows. I mean,
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
I mean,
they're not traveling anywhere right now, so yeah, they're gonna see each other all the time.
exactly. So I mean, like, honestly, I'm not too concerned about it. And plus, like, I think this I read a tweet online that said rings so true. If you're sad about, don't be sad about the New Day breaking up. Smile because WWE is gonna exploit it in the next 6 months when they reunite. It's the truth. They
I
did
mean,
the
if they put gas on it like how they did with every time they needed the Shield to reunite,
yeah
then yeah, I mean,
yeah
I mean,
yeah
this like one of the ideas I had, and this is before the Xavier came back and helped win the tag team titles
yeah
with Kofi. I was thinking they need before he even moved to Raw, I was like thinking Xavier should be on Raw and he should like take over, like he should beat R-Truth for the 24/7 championship.
Oh, can you imagine the
Because I was
shit?
gonna say like he has the personality
Yep.
to carry that and make it like, and not to not to disrespect R-Truth and what he does with it, but I think everybody could agree that it's kind of been the same thing, especially
Yeah.
as now we got ninjas and all this stuff, you know what I mean? So it's like, I think another way to still make it funny and people want to tune in to see it, because Xavier, he's hilarious, so
Fuck. He's
I mean he already does like cosplay and stuff, so if they were gonna go to the dress up stuff, he would
yeah
just make it look even better. I mean, I could just, I mean, especially because, when you think about the amount of time he really spent in the ring as New Day, he would oftentimes be the manager and
yeah.
let Big E so it's like he
You're
can
right.
still
You're right.
like, still not wrestle as much and only do backstage segments and
Yeah.
still get his check and be entertaining as hell. You know what I mean? Especially if it's New Day related, people are going to watch. So,
Yeah.
I could see that being something, but the other one that kind of scratched my head was why they split up Heavy Machinery.
Yo, that one I do not get. Like they split up. They split up a couple of tag teams, but yeah, Heavy Machinery was kind of the head scratcher for me because I mean I don't think Otis is winning that tag title, so I don't see like what the logic is behind that. You
Yeah,
know?
I mean, yeah, because like it's weird because they've been having him and with Tucker dealing with Miz and Morrison over that. First it was over Mandy, and then of course it was over the Money in the Bank contract. But then like Mandy's on Raw, then Miz and Morrison are on Raw, and
Yeah.
now Tucker's on Raw. So it's like, why is he on SmackDown? And then I was thinking maybe he was ineligible because he's a Money in the Bank guy. You know what I mean? Because I was thinking, I mean, it's not really a championship, per
Yeah.
se. So, I mean, I don't know if when you think about it, what show would want to keep someone that's the Money in the Bank winner on the, on their show if it's not
Yeah.
really beneficial outside of the cash in, you know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
but yeah, that one was kind of, because I'm like, well, what is he going to do now? He's not obviously not going to cash in on Roman.
Yeah. Now you see what I would have done, right? Now, just to continue this feud, because I mean you got the storytelling, and also because I want John Morrison as a singles guy now. I think I think him and Miz, like, listen, they're both entertaining, but
Yeah, they're
or
great. They're really great together. I didn't think them coming back and doing it again was
yeah,
gonna be just as good, because
yeah,
I've seen it before where people trying to force it, but no,
yeah,
they've been having fun, and it's been
yeah,
making me laugh. But no, I agree. Like,
yeah,
Johnny, obviously he got signed for everything he did outside of WWE, so
yeah,
I'm not mad if it's his time to shine as a singles guy.
yeah, yeah. And so now here's what I think: like, you move John Morrison to Raw, you keep Miz on SmackDown, because really, like, what I've noticed is, it's really Otis and Miz who's always like clashing rather than Morrison, who's kind of, not
Yeah,
to
he's
say that,
yeah he's sort of the side part. Like
yeah.
he'll go in there and take bumps, but it's mostly the Miz trying to pulling the strings.
Yeah. So with that said, like, listen, give Morrison his time to shine, because man, I want to see him as a WWE champion now. I want to see it. I think we should see it.
Dude, him versus Drew McIntyre would actually be
Yeah.
pretty interesting. Now
Hell
that he's
yeah.
now that he's on Raw too. I
Hell
mean,
yeah.
the only way I could see it happening is, first of all, Vince has to be freaking confident of you, but um I don't know what they're doing with this Money in the Bank thing. They're doing this whole lawsuit angle with Otis. But I mean, unless they're able to like sue him or do some sort of match I mean, because I think TLC is coming up after Hell in a Cell. So if they have like a ladder match where it's like, the Money in the Bank, it's in a match against Otis,
Mm.
one of them, maybe it's a triple threat.
Yeah.
Maybe they do it like that, where that's where maybe it's a triple threat, and quote me on this, because this is probably how it's going to happen. Triple threat: Otis versus John Morrison versus the Miz. Winner takes all for the Money in the Bank briefcase. Miz is going to think him and John Morrison are in it together, but that's when John Morrison strikes and takes it for himself,
Mm.
and he walks out on the Miz.
Yeah.
I could see that.
I could see that too, actually. Well, now, honestly, I don't know. Like, honestly, I'd like to see that personally. But
And
then
then
I would want to see John Morrison win, because shit, he
yeah,
should be
yeah, have John Morrison win the Money in the Bank, turn on Miz, be a face, and then you have you have a face John Morrison facing a heel Miz, in a program after, because Miz is gonna be pissed off, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he's gonna want to get some retribution. No pun
Wait,
intended with
if
retribution.
John Morrison's turning on the Miz, then wouldn't John Morrison be the heel?
I don't know, because Miz is already a heel. But
Oh,
when when a heel turns his back on another heel, usually that's a face turn. Like
okay.
the biggest example I can give you just off the top of my head is like Randy Orton, right? When he had Legacy,
Mm,
him and Ted DiBiase Jr. and Cody Rhodes. But then one night Ted DiBiase turned on him, and all of a sudden he was a face.
Ted DiBiase was a face.
Ted
Yeah,
DiBiase
okay, that
Jr.
makes sense.
Yeah,
That
like
makes
even
sense.
recently, like Buddy
Yeah.
Murphy. Buddy Murphy just turned on Seth Rollins, and he was, well, I guess I can't really call it that, because they keep manufacturing the sound.
Mm.
It's not real fans that are cheering. So, but it looks like they're, not to break kayfabe here, but
Hey,
listen,
who's kayfabe?
K, is there a kayfabe? A miss kayfabe?
Oh no, I'm
But
sorry. Fabe K, I think, is the name.
oh, that's what okay. A fade. There we go. But yeah, I mean, I can see John Morrison walking out of that the face. You
Yeah.
know, Otis. I mean, people would be sad for Otis, because then Otis would have lost everything.
Yeah.
Because he
Fuck,
lost his
he's
girl, he
forgetting
lost his tag
wrestling.
partner, then he loses his briefcase.
Oh fuck, man. Well, hey, Otis, you got somebody that loves you still.
And then it opens up, for Otis to have like this comeback. You know,
Mm,
everybody can root for him.
yep. And hey, everybody loves to root for the nuisances. Eminem would say so. There you go. Like,
I
honestly,
mean, are you an Otis fan?
I am, but like, I do like him. I think he's funny, but as a main event talent, I don't see that happening. You know what I mean? I think it'd be hilarious to see him cash in on Roman and actually win. I'd actually fucking laugh my ass off. But then after that, what do you do with him?
Yeah, I mean, it's just not like a Daniel Bryan situation at all. You know what I mean? Like, I agree. Like, I love him and Tucker. I love their act when they were in NXT. I
Yeah.
thought it was cool that they got the call up so early, but they were playing their part. Like, even they had a few pay-per-view matches and they were bringing it.
Yeah.
And excuse me, and it was interesting, seeing that he was one of the picks for the Money in the Bank match to begin with, and then the fact that he actually like caught it, like, dude, I was like, I jumped up out of my seat thinking AJ Styles finally won it, and
Yeah.
then to see that he dropped it and he caught, I was like, wow, like
When I saw
deflated the energy out of the room. You know what I mean? I was like, oh man, like. Because I was like, so how do they fix this? And it's like 6 months later, or whatever, however long it's been. It's like, really, we're still going with this, huh? Okay.
Dude, I
Like,
think at one point
like
WWE.
you forget sometimes that he
Yeah,
hasn't. You know what I mean?
that's
Like,
what I'm saying. I think WWE even forgot at one point.
which I think, like, at first I thought they were doing on purpose because they wanted to wait for the most, like,
Professional, like the most.
unpredictable, yeah,
Yeah,
to me,
yeah.
because they're all about making moments. You know what I mean? So
Mm.
I don't know. I mean, I can see. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't see him like main eventing, and if they do, like, where do they go from there?
Yeah.
Because
Oh
he's gonna beat
man,
Roman with the caterpillar. Like, I don't think so.
dude, I'm sorry, but I would fucking want to see that so bad. I would
Like,
laugh
trust me, dude.
so
Like
goddamn
they've
hard.
done similar like spots in the past. Like, they had who was it? I think Santino in the
Uh,
Elimination Chamber, and the crowd
dude,
was freaking hot. And then they also did Santino in the Royal Rumble as well, and the crowd was hot. Like, I think it was him, and then like the final two was like him and like Alberto Del Rio.
yeah.
If you go back and watch it, like the crowd, like, cause he got attacked, and
Yeah, that's right. I remember.
dude, I remember it was, yeah, and he had like the whole crowd, like, cause I put like this, there was that many people that didn't even want ADR to win, and then when they saw Santino was still in it, they're like, dude, anybody but ADR, hell, we'll pick Santino over ADR. I was like, oh
Fuck.
shit.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, I want to talk about one more pick, and then we'll one
Oh
more
yeah,
subject, and then we'll move on
I
to
have a feeling I think I know who it is.
do you know?
Possibly.
Actually, you know what? Go ahead.
I would think it has to do with the Intercontinental Champion Sami Zayn.
Well, actually, no, but yeah. Go ahead. We'll talk about Sami Zayn for a little while. I like Sami.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were. I mean, first he said it in character, but a lot of people were talking about how whack it was that he went unpicked until what, the third or fourth round.
Mm,
And you got to think, this is not just Sami Zayn. This is the Intercontinental Champion. He has
yeah,
a title.
yeah.
So why did it take so long for any show to
Mhm.
want to secure that title and put it on, regardless of who holds the title? You can't control who holds the title, but you can control what the title is going to be defended on.
Yeah,
And not to mention it's the Intercontinental title with so much history behind it. Yeah, it's a new belt, but it's the concept of the belt.
like the lineage and history behind it. Yo,
100%. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I thought about this whole thing. The thing I didn't like about this draft, right? Because a lot of it did feel like a waste of a couple picks, right? Because you had a lot of people stay on the same brand as well. That just made me
Yeah.
feel like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah, they should
Roman
have
Reigns.
only announced like people that were switching shows. Yeah,
Yeah,
because it's
exactly.
like I don't need to know that King Corbin's staying on SmackDown. Like, no one cares. I'm
Nobody
sorry.
cares. Nobody fucking cares.
I'm
Yo,
sorry.
Roman
I
Reigns got
mean,
picked on SmackDown. Of course he's on fucking SmackDown. Drew
like,
McIntyre's drafted to Raw. Of course he's on fucking Raw. Like,
I'm like, I wonder why, because they're both in, like, they both have matches that advertised for Hell in a Cell, which is when scheduled after the draft. So yeah, I think they would stay on their shows. Like,
yeah,
it's just like, I mean, even if you weren't thinking about it that way, I wouldn't think either of them were going to trade shows, especially when one has the blue belt and one has the black belt. It's like,
exactly.
oh no, we're not going to switch yet again, are we? Like, oh
Yeah.
man, like, come on, man.
Yeah, I did not get that one goddamn bit. But sorry about that. So going back to Sammy, man, like I just think about it. I'm like, yo, so you both are both networks, right? You're network executives, right? Because we don't have GMs anymore. So, what do these brilliant people decide to pick before they pick an intercontinental champion? Who do they pick? They pick Matt Riddle. Matt Riddle before Sami Zayn gets picked.
Yeah.
Fucking Retribution gets picked before Sami Zayn gets picked. King Corbin gets picked before Sami Zayn gets picked. Like, what the Yo,
Dude, there was Jeff Hardy who lost. Man, he didn't win. AJ Styles, which I get. You know, AJ Styles need to be locked down. I'm sorry, I'm biased.
Yeah.
but you know, him and Jeff Hardy, both big names, they both lost.
yeah.
They're not the champion, but they both got picked before the IC champion. Like, when you put it in that perspective, like that kind of like I just beat both these guys to win this title, but they got picked overall before me.
Seriously, that's some bullshit. But all right, I want to get into I don't know.
There was also one. My bad. I had actually one more thing I want to ask you about the draft.
Yeah.
I just thought about right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you know who actually went undrafted?
Mickey James.
Her, but also Andrade.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
And you know what's funny? And this is actually also the same with Sami Zayn, because you were talking about everyone who got drafted before he did. Freaking Charlotte, who's not even wrestling right now, got drafted before Sami Zayn.
Yo.
But also she got drafted and Andrade didn't. You know who else got drafted and didn't get and Andrade didn't?
Angel Garza.
Angel Garza. You know who else?
Selena?
Titus O'Neil. Bro, where did that fool been at?
Oh fuck! Really?
I mean, I'm like, bro, like, am I wrong? like, if I'm Andrade and I've been on Raw helping to put on, like, carrying the show the last couple of months in this pandemic era with Angel Garza doing the same matches against the Street Profits over and over, and I went undrafted, and Titus O'Neil, who has been nowhere except on Raw Underground a few times getting his ass whooped.
I don't know.
Like, but you know what's the reason I bring it up though is because I don't know if this is storyline or what, but you know, Andrade had a tweet where he said thank you, and then he deleted it. But then recently he also posted a picture of him and Zelina back when he was the NXT champion.
When he was doing his Chippendale stuff?
No, you know, he was doing he was doing the Chippendale. Yeah. But then all of a sudden Zelina switched him up and got him serious. So it was a picture of him and Zelina with him as the NXT champion. Yeah. And a lot of people were wondering, oh, does that mean he's going to go back to NXT? Because that actually might be better for him.
I think he might.
Because, dude, Vince is not a fan of his, which is insane.
You know, I thought Vince was a fan of his.
Like, he was, but, you know, he got burnt. Like, I don't know. Like, I remember when he was on SmackDown, back when he was, you know, there was general managers. Like, you know, you had Daniel Bryan and Shane still. Like Vince was telling him that he needs to learn. He wanted him to learn better English. Like, I mean, like a dick, you know what I mean? But I mean, you understand, but it's like, dude, that's still a dick move. Like, that's you know what I mean? Like, yeah, like learning English, pal. Sorry,
I swear to God, imagine having Vince McMahon as your boss.
Bro, I can just hear him say all kinds of shit.
He gets mad at you because you can't speak in a Southern accent. I'm from New York. Like, what?
Dude, yeah, that was fucking poor Brody Lee. That was so dumb, dude. Like, can you imagine? Like, oh, that's why I'm getting buried, because I didn't want to. You thought I look and sound like a dumb hick, but I'm from New York, the same place you're from. Yeah. And this is coming from the kid that was raised in the trailer park, not talking derogatory on trailer parks, but I'm just saying, like, come on, dude.
I don't fucking get it.
Like, where do you get off? Yeah, you know, but yeah, it's just, I mean, in terms of Andrade, like, from what I hear, Paul Heyman was a huge fan of his. He was like, when he was still the creative director on Raw, he was the biggest reason why he was still getting TV time and stuff. But then, you know, obviously Paul Heyman got pulled from that position. Now he's on screen as manager or counsel for the tribal chief, Roman Reigns. Yeah. But like, everyone said that once Heyman left Raw as the creative director, that was like the pretty much the countdown to the end for Andrade. So I don't know. It's weird because supposedly he favors Angel Garza more, even though I feel like Angel Garza, his English is probably just the same as his. You know what I mean? And not talking shit. I know they're both trying. You know what I mean? But I don't. I mean, I put it like this: like Humberto Carrillo, he can go, but he definitely has a strong accent as well. You know what I mean? But he has a great look.
Yeah.
But they're not doing anything with him again as usual. So
okay. I disagree about Humberto Carrillo about his look, only because I think the guy needs to change something. I'm sorry, but I feel like when I look at him,
like he's one of those guys where he's good, but then he smiles too much, and then now you can't get behind him because he smiles too much. Because that was Apollo Crews for a while.
Yeah. Apollo Crews got that treatment. Finn Balor got that treatment.
Yeah, Finn Balor. Thank you. I was like, I know there was someone else. I think Chad Gable for a little bit too, because now he's fucking Shorty G. God damn it.
Fuck. No.
He needs to go back to NXT and go back to being Chad Gable and just wrestling full to the mat.
Fuck yeah, he needs just something else. But like look, my thing about Humberto Carrillo, he needs a different look, because I feel like when I look at him, man, I feel like somebody created him off of like Create a Wrestler mode on SVR 2007. I know I'm dating myself with that, but
no, dude. I mean, that's honestly like right when like the hairstyles started getting better. You know what I mean? You started, they started letting you actually like create your own like logos and stuff. Dude, I used to be super detailed, but I digress. But no, I agree with what you're saying. Like, this is I don't know if this is a hot take. I'm not trying to sound controversial here, but I dare say that Humberto Carrillo was in line for some good things because he was getting featured a little bit, but then Dominic Mysterio came and took his spot.
Hot take. I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think it's a hot take because, like, dude, I don't think Humberto Carrillo had that big of a shelf life anyway. I feel like he's kind of like a Gunnar Scott, only a 2020 version.
Wow, man, that was a great reference.
He's a good guy. He's a good hand to like have you put you over a few matches, but in reality, he's not going to win a title anytime soon.
He had some good stuff going with Andrade on Raw for a little bit, but I mean, I liked when him in Raw, because I'm a big fan of Raul Mendoza, and my brother is too. But what's ironic is my brother's more of a Humberto fan than I am. Like, I kind of got I wasn't, not that I wasn't impressed. I was impressed too early and then got over it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because then I think what it is too is like, what you say is like there's something missing, like, because you can do whatever you can in the ring. I mean, it's 2020. A lot of people can do a lot of different things. So you don't have to really like, you just have to come with it enough just to compete. You know what I mean? Not necessarily to stand out anymore.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now you have to stand out with your appearance too. You know what I mean? I need another hook, that's going to draw me to you instead of like, oh, I'll go to the other guy who can do the other, the same exact move, But yeah, I don't know if, I mean, it's weird because he, like, the way his face is and his hair is, he reminds me of like on some like Robin Boy Wonder type stuff, just because he looks so young, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like he may need to go full Nightwing, you know what I'm saying?
Yep. But all you need to do is like give him like the big green gloves and holy flim flam.
Oh shit.
Holy rusted metal Batman.
Holy flim flam. Oh man, that's hilarious. Oh man. But yeah, but yeah,
you know what? That'd be pretty entertaining.
Humberto got drafted though.
Huh?
Humberto got drafted though.
Before Andrade, apparently.
Yeah, because Andrade didn't even get. I mean, it could have changed by now, but because he was part of the free agency. They said, yeah, the free agents can sign to any show that they wish, and I'm like, what? Then I want to sign to NXT then, please. Like, I'm out of here. Now
I also want to talk about, is there a guy on like Raw Underground named Arturo Ruas?
Yeah, bro, that was what I'm like Arturo Ruas got fucking drafted, and he's only been shown on like Raw Underground. He's an NXT. He's an NXT guy, so like he's a Brazilian jiu-jitsu guy, and he does a lot of capoeira. Which is
okay,
much
okay.
like dance fighting.
Like Eddie Gordo from Tekken
Yeah, I
3.
was just gonna say Eddie Gordo, exactly. Yeah,
Fuck
and
yeah.
pretty much like him. I don't know if you remember Tanara Conti. She wrestles for AEW
Yes.
now.
I believe so, yes.
There was another guy, Cesar Bononi. You remember him?
Yes, I remember him as well.
And then there was another female, I can't remember, but those four were supposed to be part of this badass like Brazilian group in NXT that never like came on, never just ended up being on TV, but they were doing it on like the a lot of times they do like the loops they call like the house show loops. So they tried it on the house shows, but I guess it never made TV. But I've only seen Arturo Rua a few times. Like I think they had him face Aleister Black when they were building him up in NXT for a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I've never seen too much of him outside of the Raw Underground stuff. Daba Kato, who is man, see, I hate that they call him Daba Kato because I forgot his real name.
Baba the Boopy?
Baba Tunde, that's what it is. Baba Tunde. It's funny because you actually reminded me. Thank you. Baba the
That was totally by accident, by the way.
No, but it worked. It totally reminded me. I was like, man, is it a B? Is it? Oh, it is a B. Yeah, he used to go by Baba Tunde, and he used to do a lot of the wrestling, the NXT house shows, because he would always, anytime I would go to a NXT show in Riverside, he would be there. So it's crazy that he ended up being in Raw Underground, and now he's Daba Kato, and now he's on Raw. So that's interesting. I don't know, man. I mean. I don't know. Like I would, yeah. As far as this, I mean, just to round this off, I would probably, yeah. I think Andrade should go to NXT if they're gonna let him. Yeah. I mean, when you think about it, NXT wasn't even part of the draft, which is weird. But
that's also really weird.
But I think also a good thing because they didn't get to take any of their guys, and they need to keep all their people right now. Not to mention we've seen what happens when they make NXT people go out there too early, and they just don't know what the fuck to do with them, like EC3 and Ricochet is stuck now, and it's man, it sucks. And Apollo Crews took a while to catch fire too. So
yeah, for sure, I'm with you. Fuck. But hey, last subject I want to talk about regarding the what's it called, the draft. What the fuck with Mickie James? Why is she in line for a push and getting ready and teased and ready for a feud with Asuka, and she's undrafted? What is that?
Yeah, I mean they brought her back out of nowhere, and then they had her in several matches leading up to the title shot. She had the match with Asuka and that referee botched the finish bad. I mean, I felt bad for her on that one, but. Yeah, it's like, why even go through all that trouble and then have her go undrafted? And I mean, it's crazy because she even said it, like the amount of people that I forgot. I think she said that she named the first round or two, but she said, Mickie James has more championships than all 5 of these people. Yeah. I was like, go girl.
That was
mic drop, get him,
she does not give a fuck.
I mean, dude, like I get it because she, especially now, like, can you imagine like back in the day, like that's one thing we were talking about, how things are different now because there's social media for not only fans but also for like the talent, so like they can voice their displeasure on stuff. Before they probably couldn't, they didn't have any outlet to say anything, but yeah, I mean, I feel for her because I mean, I feel like any show she'd be on, they would definitely benefit because. You got Becky Lynch still out, Charlotte's out. I mean, obviously you got Bayley and Sasha kind of doing their thing together right now. Lacey Evans, I've been bored of her. I mean, they can't fix her at this point. Naomi, she's coming back from a surgery, so I think she'll be back soon. I mean, she got drafted to Raw, which that is another big thing. She got drafted to Raw, so I was like instantly, let's get a female member in the Hurt Business. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah. but that's wishful thinking. But I mean, even then, like, their focus on the women's division has kind of died down a bit because not everyone's been available. But then, they also fired quite a few people, too, back in, March, April?
That's going to be one small-ass roster for WWE 2K21. I'll tell you what.
If it ever comes out, I don't know what they're doing. But I'm actually surprised that with the amount of tag teams that they have right now, they didn't just because when they had both the championships on Raw before obviously Street Profits got drafted to SmackDown. I was thinking that they drafted both teams so that they were going to unify the tag titles.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking, dude, you only have a few teams right now. You split up two of them. You got Viking Raiders both out with injury. Angel Garza and Andrade, they're not wrestling together anymore. Street Profits been up. Rude and Ziggler just barely got back together. One of the Usos is still injured, so you can't use them. New Day just came back. I guess Shinsuke and Cesaro. They only have about 8 teams total.
I don't even know at this point. You could probably count it on your fingers, though. You're right. Probably 8.
Just off the top. And they Miz and Morrison, and then they split up. They split up Heavy Machinery, so can't use them. And then the Lucha House Party, I think they're about to split up too because they keep teasing it. So I don't know what the hell they're doing, dude.
I don't know either. Your guess is as good as mine. Like, I just think to myself, like, we're sacrificing all these teams, right? But we're so dead set on the push of Lars fucking Sullivan.
Oh man, how you feel about him? Look, all that, I don't really care about the porn stuff that he did, but I don't care about that. I feel like people made a bigger deal about it. I felt bad because, back to how we started the show in terms of mental health, I was thinking that he may have been in a bad way after that, especially with social media. You know how toxic these fans can be. It's horrible, But I don't care about that stuff. Obviously there was some other weird stuff about things he had said on, message boards and borderline racist stuff and some questionable things he said about Stephanie McMahon back when he was watching as a fan, which I'm sure he didn't think he'd ever have to run into her. but as of right now, I was super surprised that he came back. But then now he's getting caught up again with this, hitting up this married yoga teacher. Have you heard about this stuff?
Yeah. And now I was about to tell you, man, I'm a very big believer in mental health and all that. But this dude, I don't feel bad for him. I don't feel bad for him. He absolutely deserves to fuck off and be fired. Look, I know people may talk shit about Velveteen Dream. I know people may get on Matt Riddle. We'll talk about Matt Riddle in a minute.
Yeah.
But this dude right here, it is blatant as fucking day. This guy does not give a fuck about decency.
He gets back on TV and immediately gets caught up. What are you doing? What are you doing, bro? And this is the thing. This is the thing I was thinking about because he was already dead in the water a little bit because he was supposed to debut on the main roster. They had all those vignettes for him, and I think he was supposed to do something with Cena, and he freaked out, had anxiety. Not no pun intended with him being the freak, but I heard he had some sort of anxiety issues about it. And he got kind of freaked out with the crowds and stuff like that. So, they kind of went the other way with it, and he was off TV for a while before all that other stuff came out. Yeah. But, so when I saw that he came back, I was thinking, you know what, this makes sense because there's no fans right now. So this is the perfect time for him to get, build up his confidence. So when the fans come back eventually, he's I was thinking, this was actually a pretty good idea. Again, me thinking outside the box of separating the wrestler from the outside stuff, trying to give him an even shot, thinking, he might actually thrive this time. And then, like you said, this fool just does not give a fuck, bro. It's like, dude, are you trying to sabotage yourself? Do you just not want to be here? I don't understand, bro.
Otherwise, just go the fuck home. Nobody needs you.
Nobody
fucking needs
fuck
you.
Your beard. Fuck, we don't care. Your beard.
Fuck your beard,
bro. I just, like I said, there's other people that want to be here. And the fact that, like you said, it's insane. From what I hear, he's fallen out of favor with a lot of people recently. and they said that there's only one person that is in favor with them, and they also happen to hold his feature in their hands. I'm like, so that's Vince.
Yeah.
And I'm like, because Vince is probably like, oh, that's, you know, he probably heard about the whole thing, and it was like, oh, I've been there, pal. You know, like, you know, because Vince is just as much of a creep as he is. So it's like he sees some of himself inside of him, I guess. I don't know, dude.
I don't know.
It's like, you know, like I wouldn't necessarily cut bait, but that fool, like, I don't know.
I would just fucking cut bait all together. Yo, we do not need Lars Sullivan. This guy is fucking bad PR. He's fucking just horrible for the company. Like, you see how much heat they're getting just for Velveteen Dream? Now they're keeping a fucking homophobic, racist motherfucker on TV. I'm sorry, but they don't need him. They absolutely do not need him. In my opinion, my humblest of humble opinions, they do not need him. Now, with that being said, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, like, I mean, yeah, they're not short any monsters on the roster.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? Actually, I have one more thing to add about him. I actually thought once I saw him on Friday Night SmackDown, then they addressed him as a free agent. I thought, you know what? They might need he might fit on Raw Underground, actually. That's what I thought they were gonna go with him. But
that's not bad, yeah.
Yeah, in my honest opinion, yo, with all this said, look, he's a fucking problem. WWE does not need this fucking problem. And speaking of problems, let's get into a guy who's very heavy on being a problem, a backstage locker room problem.
Well, see, I was gonna say, hold on, man.
Sorry.
No, because I gotta, you know, my journalistic integrity is tugging me on the ear, because I've heard your rants before. I know you're not gonna give him too much of a chance. But we're talking about Matt Riddle here. Like, I gotta play devil's advocate here. I understand. Yeah, I don't think he's intentionally trying to be a problem, but he is not causing any, you know, he's pretty much the center or the nucleus of all his issues with the backstage right now, 100%.
All right. Look, man. Thank you for only
because I knew you were about to give it to him hard in the intro. I was like, oh.
Look, it's all good. It's all good. Thank you for calling me out on my shit right now.
No. I'm not trying to call you. I'm just like, oh man, he's gonna call him a piece of shit. I know it. I'm like, I just gotta say, well, hey, I know he's a piece of shit, but sometimes with him, I put like this. I think it's just I'm not gonna let him rest under the laurels of saying, oh, he's just misunderstood. Nah, there were several guys that were misunderstood and made it work, like CM Punk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think he just gets lost in translation, or the intent behind what he says gets lost in translation. And in turn, since he's so laid back, a lot of people take that a certain way. And I don't think he's doing anything to change their mind of that or correct that perception.
Mm-hmm.
So in turn, it comes off like he just doesn't truly give a fuck, you know? Though there's certain stories I've heard from fans that I know and trust that have had positive interactions with them and also negative, you know. Exactly. So, and you know, not everyone's perfect, you know what I mean? The thing with I mean, like, the stuff that's going on outside of his, you know, of the wrestling, like, this is what kind of made me mad at first about it. I didn't mind him saying this stuff on Twitter. I mean, people say stuff all the time, especially when you get to see footage of Goldberg actually coming to see him in person. Then it's like, oh, okay, so he you know, it's not Mr. Twitter fingers. He has to actually, you know, reap what he sows when it comes to this shit. I mean, obviously you heard about the backstage stuff between him and Brock at Royal Rumble, you know, that caused them to have to rewrite some of the show for the Royal Rumble because they couldn't even be in the same segment together.
Yeah.
I'm not against, you know, like as they say, if you're gonna take a shot at the king, don't miss. You know,
Yeah.
I've seen it before. Some people, I put like this. There's people on the roster that are more full of themselves than him that I'd be probably more irritated about if it was just the Twitter thing.
Yeah.
But how is it that, you know, he gets the call up for the main roster? They get all the promotion for his big debut on SmackDown. And that same day, the news breaks about all this infidelity and all this shit, you know, with it outside his marriage. And it's blowing up everywhere. And, you know, obviously, you know, not to say he's, you know, one of these same people to lump him in, but this is around the time the whole the accusations of misconduct and physical and sexual abuse was really running rampant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wrestling was taking an L for a while. It was a big black eye on wrestling for a while.
Yeah.
So this didn't help. And again, not to say I'm sweeping his case underneath the same, you know, I'm not filing it under the same category, but it didn't do any favors. While everything else, you know, as far as the environment it came out of, you know. So
Yeah.
boom, Matt Riddle, he's scheduled for the night, huge debut. But then boom, Matt Riddle, all this is coming out. His wife is even presenting some of this stuff, showing some of these texts. There's pictures and there's proof. This is real bad. But then what do? We act like nothing's going on. We still present Matt Riddle as is. And then not only that, we book him in his first match on the main roster against AJ Styles and then have him beat him clean. That made me really irritated that's the way that they did that. Because I was, you know, and not to say, again, not to relate it to the Velveteen Dream thing, but again, like, it seems like some of these guys are being rewarded certain things when it's like, dude, what's going on?
Yeah.
I know you heard about this.
I remember listening to your podcast when you were talking about Velveteen and all that. Like, man, I thought the exact same thing. How the fuck is this guy going to be on TV just after this allegation and all that? Like, I thought it was weird. You know what I mean? And I was with you when you said it.
And it sucks for me because I want to say I still like Velveteen.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know enough about the situation to, you know, not be suspicious the way I am, you know, especially the way that WWE it's handled it. Because my biggest thing, even, you know, and not to transition away from Matt Riddle, but you know, again, it's been like breaking out like a rash, these sort of situations.
Yeah.
Like, it just reminds me of like the extreme they went to pretty much ostracize and separate themselves from Enzo Amore. When that whole rape allegation thing happened, and he, you know, and remember, they just immediately cut ties with him and fired him.
But see, that I understood, because here's the thing, right? And they did, and I will defend WWE on this situation. You know, at first I defended Enzo because I thought, like, okay, look, there's not enough evidence to, like, you know what I mean? I thought it was very, at first I thought it was very preemptive for them to suspend Enzo. But then I learned about their policies, right? If you're under an investigation, WWE should absolutely know about that shit. And as a company, I would think, like, you know, if that was one of my employees, I would like to fucking know about that shit. And then he went 3 months without fucking letting them know nothing? Bro, you're gone. Because then that just means, like, what other things can he fucking lie to us about?
Well,
you know
see, now I gotta play devil's advocate here, because you know, not even like because we're like huge Matt Riddle fan. I mean, again, I'm a fan of his work in the ring, but it's the, you know,
we're talking about Matt Riddle.
Yeah. Well, no, in relation to what you're bringing up, you know, the thing with Matt Riddle is this woman that has been causing trouble for him, or whatever, however you want to view it, or trouble for him.
Yeah.
This is not a new situation. This is someone he claims that's been stalking him for years, like since back, like, I guess there's been cases of her showing up at the developmental center.
Really?
So this isn't I mean, maybe this is someone he talked, because I guess what happened was she actually got booked for extra work on NXT, and you know, she didn't tell anybody that she knew Matt Riddle from a pre-existing situation. And the next thing you know, she actually was told that they weren't going to use her, because I guess Matt Riddle got word that she was about to get used, and he was like, well, no, I don't want her here because of this and that. You know what I mean? So I don't. I mean, I'm like this. I totally get their side in the Enzo thing as well because obviously, dude, they want to know. They want to be ahead of things and get ahead of negative press, as you say. But I mean, these guys are still causing massive negative press for them right now, especially guys like Velveteen Dream. I mean, especially when they can't control the narrative because it's the ones who are accusing them that are the ones that are usually outing them first with like screenshots and stuff like that. So I don't know if they're even letting like I couldn't imagine that Velveteen Dream was like, hey guys, so there's gonna be this kid that's gonna try to say I did this and do that. Like, I mean, I don't know, you know?
Yeah.
Because I mean, dude, I don't know what's worse, especially when again, the magnitude of all these like accusations already this year, top that with the bigger umbrella of all this stuff that's been being said about Hollywood and who's been taking trips to where and all these travel logs and supposedly these underground sex parties and you know people that are grooming young actors to you know all this like all this stuff is real and real happening. So to know that like it could be possibly even linked to wrestling, that's a huge smear. You know, I mean, he's just not damaging himself and NXT. Like, bro, like it got me and some of my friends who don't follow wrestling looking at me sideways like, bro, there's some of that shit going on over there. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's bad. That's why for me, I feel like, you know, I'm not necessarily condemning WWE for saying like, oh, they shouldn't have fired Enzo, but I can't imagine any way where they got a person. I mean, they're accused of trying to groom, you know, a few young boys here of doing things, you know what I mean, or trying to send them pictures and stuff. That's bad. That's really bad, you know. It's just weird to me again that it's I don't want to say lax, but again, you got Enzo who was acquitted and you know he was I don't want to say proven not guilty, but you know the charges were dropped because he wasn't proven to have done it, but you know he can't get a job now anywhere.
It's funny like shout out to your co-host Mark McFly, but it made me when I think back to the Matt Riddle stuff, it makes me think back to like to who was it? The one who made the joke about Sasha Banks. Eli Everfly, right? No. Right? Fuck is his name? Sammy Guevara. I'm sorry. I gotta edit that.
I see what you're yeah.
They fucking like
with that whole podcast thing. Yeah.
Like and your co-host brought up a really good point, and I remember you guys were also talking about like WWE's PR team and stuff. But you keep like regardless, you keep fucking Matt Riddle on TV, right? In the middle of a fucking rape allegation, sexual allegation, whatever it was. But then fucking Sammy Guevara has to take time off of TV over a really fucking dumb joke. Which, by the way, I would have taken him off TV myself. Nonetheless, just so you're aware. But I just think it's kind of stupid how Matt Riddle gets to stay on TV and like Sammy Guevara gets like, you know, set down to suspension. I don't know. I think that whole thing was dumb.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why, you know, I don't blame AEW is because, again, like I feel like this, if it wasn't for social media and the toxicity of it, because look, I'm not saying people didn't have a right to be upset over the comments. What I'm saying is social media made it way more accessible for people to overreact. And, you know, because there's this cancel culture now and it's like, it's evil. You know what I mean? There's certain people that may deserve it, but at the same time, I'm like, you guys don't deserve to uproot someone's entire life from your keyboard just because you're that upset over something. You know, justice is going to get served out. And if not, I mean, look, there's like, I don't know, bro. We can't be judge, jury, and executioner of everyone that just because we follow them and they're in the public eye. Like, we can't be the ones to hold them accountable. We can comment about, you know, but at the same time, we're not the ones. We don't take that law into our hands. You know what I mean? And some people think we should. And, you know, I can understand to a certain degree certain aspects of that. But, you know, like I can imagine, like I said, if it was just something that was internally found or something they knew about prior, which who knows if they knew about it prior, or maybe he just totally forgot about it. Maybe it was just a write-off comment. And, you know, back then, I mean, he even commented on that saying that, you know, back then he was going for a lot of shock comedy. That was like the character he was doing. But, you know, WWE, dude, they had fucking Kurt Angle talking about he wants to have bestiality sex with Booker T's wife on fucking SmackDown at one point. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you have Triple H, you know, having sex with a dead body. You know what I mean? You got like freaking Kane.
McMahon himself actually said one time, I hope Undertaker gets raped by a motorcycle gang or some bullshit like that. What the fuck was that?
Dude, I'm like, dude, you've seen these things and see, you know, like, and that's like this. You know what's funny? Because a lot of people were bringing that up, you know, and not to bring it all the way back to cancel culture, but a lot of people, you know, the friends that I talk to, I have several different pro wrestling chats I'm in. When a lot of that cancel culture was going around, everybody was, you know, getting criticized for shit. Everybody was like, well, wait a minute, man, because Vince McMahon has done this, and this is like, but you guys want to cancel everybody but Vince McMahon. And I was like, that's a good point. Like, what if, like, why shouldn't Vince McMahon get canceled? He said the N-word live on TV.
Oh, fuck, I remember that. I felt so uncomfortable watching that.
Bro, like, and you know what I'm saying? Like they've done a lot. They've done a lot of the just not even just like, you know, racially charged stuff, but like real towing the line type stuff when it comes to certain groups too.
Yeah. Yeah. Man.
So I mean, like, dude, Vince, I mean, I remember when he got shaved bald and he was the ECW champion, and all of a sudden he's rocking a do-rag. You know what I mean? Shit like that.
Yeah.
It's like, and that's not even the worst of it. You know what I mean? I mean, he's done stuff where he had his daughter on a huge cross for the Ministry of Darkness. People could have said that was like Antichrist. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy, bro. Like,
they hung the big boss man.
Bro, they hung the big boss man. They chopped up a chihuahua into food and made a man eat it. Like, they've done, like, he's done so much, you know what I mean? And it's like in the name of entertainment, but, you know, like, for instance, The Rock. Everybody was trying to cancel The Rock a couple of weeks ago.
Why?
Because it was their first time seeing this old sketch he did for Saturday Night Live where he played like an evil scientist. And he created what he called a rape bot and it was efficient to rape twice as many people in twice the time or something like that.
What? Okay.
And the thing, yeah, right. But the thing is, it's Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
He's playing a character that they wrote the script for. He didn't write the skit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's one thing if it was WWE and they wrote it and he's portraying, but he's playing a part.
Yeah. That's really no different than, like, to me, like, when I hear something like that, that really sounds like you might as well be saying, like, okay, we'll fucking we'll cancel Scar from The Lion King too because he killed Mufasa.
Bro, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's funny you say that because I was like, okay, then we got to cancel Anthony Hopkins. Why? Oh, because he ate people and he was Dr. Hannibal Lecter. We can't be having that.
Yeah.
Like, because like, look, I understand that the joke didn't age well at all. It's horrible, the nature of it. Yeah. But you watch Saturday Night Live for a certain kind of comedy because that's the type of comedy you accept them to have sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's up to your own discretion. But for you, I've had friends that I'm close to that were like literally on some cancel the Dwayne The Rock Johnson stuff, and I'm like, come on, dude, you guys are ridiculous. Like, it's just not even like this is, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that cancel culture stuff is some bullshit. By the way, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that was pretty much it, man. Like, I didn't mean to go on an entire tangent, but I feel what you're saying about the Matt Riddle thing. I think they do need to take him off TV just so they can figure out everything because, you know, especially now, like, dude, he's causing a huge lawsuit against not only him, but the company.
Yeah.
This lady is suing him, WWE, the actual Evolve company, the owner of Evolve, Gabe Sapolsky, and somebody else. She's suing for $5 million each, bro.
Yeah.
Why would they keep a guy in the roster that's causing them a legal headache like this?
I don't know. Honestly, Yeah,
I mean, that's why they got Otis, right? That's why. Isn't that the angle? Like, this is man. They worked themselves into a shoot. That's what happened. Like, God.
okay, yo, that was fuck. You caught me off guard with that one. What's it called? No, but okay. All right. I know you played devil's advocate and saved me from ranting on Matt Riddle a little bit, but you know what? It's time to no longer delay the inevitable. I'm gonna give my fucking licks on Matt Riddle. That was fucking weird. I'm gonna talk some shit about Matt Riddle. Yeah, that sounds better. Listen. Matt fucking Riddle. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna try to be impartial to Matt Riddle. I'm gonna try to give him the benefit of the doubt, right? All right. I've had my complaints about Matt Riddle. You know what I mean? The guy's a fucking real life version of a fucking internet troll turned into a WWE wrestler. That's fine. I'll let him be.
Part stallion.
Yeah, stallion troll. You know, okay. Well, you know what I mean? It's fine that he talks shit about Goldberg. It's fine that he talks shit about Brock Lesnar. You know what? Who am I? Right? But a guy who's a lowly observational man watching the shit that happens to him. All right. Bill Goldberg has a problem with Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar has a problem with. Did I say Brock Lesnar? Brock Lesnar has a problem with Matt Riddle. So does Bill Goldberg. All right. But now we came to find out. Seth Rollins takes what was it? The bump. He says, "I have no interest in facing Matt Riddle at any point in my career."
I got a little backstory on that. I don't know if that's going to change anything, but I don't want to interrupt the rant. I do know that there's a little bit of history as to why.
Yep.
But by all means, finish your thought. By all means.
The Becky Lynch one.
That and there's a little bit of other stuff too. But by all means, like I said, finish your thought because I definitely want you to get this off your chest.
All right. So, all right, Matt.
He's on the bump.
Rollins. Now, you people in the audience, you might think, okay, well, it's wrestling. You know, they're both active wrestlers. They're probably gonna make an angle out of this soon. You know, I thought the same thing, right? But then I come to realize he's married to someone who's part the problem. His wife body shaming Becky Lynch a year later.
Yep.
And that's Seth Rollins' fiance. Now, I think to myself, all right, I'm going to give Matt Riddle even further the benefit of the doubt. Even further, right? You know what? Matt Riddle didn't say it. His wife said it. So what does that got to do with Matt Riddle?
Sure.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, Matt Riddle's not exactly a fucking shy guy to, you know what I mean? He's absolutely not going to shy away from his opinions and, talk his shit. I mean, just look at how much shit he's talked to Goldberg and Brock.
Yeah, I was going to say, as evidenced by his past behavior, exactly.
Right? Now, if you're married to somebody, obviously, you're going to have some fucking similar ways of thinking, similar ways of communicating, similar ways of doing some things. Now, if I'm Seth Rollins and somebody's disrespecting my wife, well, I'm going to be pretty fucking pissed off at the guy who's fucking talking shit just like his wife is. I'm going to be pissed at his wife. So, with that being said, obviously, Matt Riddle has also disrespected Seth Rollins in some form or fashion, says some shit about Becky Lynch, probably, most likely. I think so. And so, at this point, right, I'm listening to this. I don't know if I could give Matt Riddle the benefit of the doubt any longer. And you know what? I'll give credit because I also heard this in part to another podcast that I listened to, Solo Monster. Kwency, I don't know if you listen to him, but he's a pretty good podcast.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Yeah. So one thing he mentioned was that Tommaso Ciampa even took to Twitter and responded to Matt Riddle, telling him to fuck off because Matt Riddle was talking some shit over nobody wanted to give him a ride because absolutely nobody had the room in their car to give him a ride. Okay. At what point can you fucking keep defending this motherfucker? Right? Nobody wants to give him a goddamn ride. Nobody wants to fucking work with him on TV. Nobody fucking even likes the guy personally enough to be around the fucking guy. I'm sorry, but this guy needs to stop being defended. Yeah, he's talented in the ring. Yeah, he has the background. And I'll give him his props, man. The guy's got endurance for days. But motherfucker, this guy's obviously a fucking problem.
Dude, it sounds like you've been listening to Cornette. because you got that motherfucker.
You're damn right. I haven't listened to Cornette in a couple years, but you know what? I'll tell you what. You can call me Cornette because this guy just brings out the fucking anger in me. And now that's not saying much because everything makes fucking Cornette mad. But in this goddamn case, right? Who the fuck wants, like, seriously, you can only be defended so long, man. I can't even say a proper sentence without getting mad at this. Is so goddamn mad. Like
for me, I understand. Like he's a one of a kind talent because, and I'll let you know straight up, I was not convinced by him. For he had to work to get my support. Okay. Even because I was real critical of him. I used to say, like, dude, you're a real fighter, but yet when you throw kicks in the ring, you're like hitting them with your toe, like, you know what I mean? Like, you like I know you have to pull back your full, like, you know, you can't go full force on the kick because you're a pro fighter. Mm-hmm. But I mean, at least make it look real. You know, I used to, you know, be on him about tightening up and, you know, doing all this in the ring and everything, but it took a while for him to grow on me. Yeah. I understand why they probably brought him to SmackDown because, you know, Fox had, you know, they had the whole deal with Fox and they want to make it feel way more sports oriented and stuff like that. And, you know, obviously Matt Riddle, former UFC name, obviously, you know, there's some, you know, crossover appeal there. But with all this outside shenanigans stuff, like, again, I can deal with the Twitter, you know, everyone, he's not the only one to take shots on Twitter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just from what I heard he had met up with some people for dinner after a show. I can't remember what show it was. And I guess Becky and Seth happened to be there. And, you know, he was there with his wife and whoever he was there to meet. And I guess, you know, he went to just, you know, address them and just greet them. And I guess he said that they just no-sold that, you know, they just didn't acknowledge them. Yeah, like just didn't acknowledge him at all. And I get, according to the person who was having this dinner with Matt Riddle and his wife, apparently he spent a majority of the night talking himself up and talking about how, you know, how much Seth Rollins sucks and he, you know, other wrestlers he's better than, or who he could whoop pretty much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I don't know if any of that got back to Rollins as well. Because the thing that's crazy is there was an earlier interview, and I don't know if it was from earlier this year or late last year, but, you know, they had asked, you know, Seth Rollins, and I don't know if it was pertaining to just several talent that was in NXT or just guys that, you know, he was looking forward to tearing it up with, but he had mentioned Matt Riddle saying, you know, yeah, he has, you know, very talented, has a very interesting moveset, you know, would love to try to get in the ring with that guy. And then so to go from there to fast forward to now and saying, I have no interest in working with him whatsoever. I hope he can go to Raw for all I care. And then ends up going to Raw. I'm like, oh shit. Like, so this isn't an angle. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, and obviously you don't want one of the top guys in WWE, you know, and Seth Rollins, obviously a company guy. The fact that he's being so outspoken about you, that's a bad sign.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I didn't hear about the whole car ride situation, but if people are saying that they don't want to give you a ride, I mean, shit, you better get an Uber, my friend, or do something.
Yeah, let me try to find it online for you. But you know, it's funny. You were telling me about how, you were saying about how Seth Rollins no sold Matt Riddle. It just made me think of our conversation earlier today. But
Yeah.
what's it called? Yeah, brother. Like, I'm sorry, but like, how long can you be defended? And like, how many people does it take to complain about you until you realize you're the fucking problem? You know what I mean? That's what I think about. Like,
It's
like
funny. It's funny because when you said that, it reminded me of that segment from a long time ago where the NWO were in WWE,
uh
and then like Shawn Michaels kicked out Booker T out of
yeah,
NWO, and he
yeah.
said he was like, then I thought to myself, you're the problem. uh, sorry, classic shit. I just
No, that's all
it's
good.
it's wrestling, man. It is what it
Don't
is.
apologize, bro. It's all good. Oh, yo, that's awesome though. Like, I forgot about that.
Maybe we need Shawn Michaels to go just super kick him and let him know who's the problem.
Yeah, the original prima donna meeting the original bro Madonna. That should be the guy's fucking moniker, the bro Madonna, because that's what he is.
Bro, you know why? I can only imagine if there was social media back then and when Shawn Michaels was doing shit, he'd probably be ruined. Like he probably ruined so many like marriages back in the day or just relationships, just hooking up with girls.
All the shit he will talk.
Bro, like people be talking about all the drugs he was doing and showing up fucked up. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, honestly, like I'm not saying that, this bro is Shawn Michaels by any, he ain't the heart bro kid, but I mean, shit. I can understand, like, yeah, the early attitude problems, 100%. I mean, and I'm not saying he has a bad attitude, but dude, you need to fix your shit.
Yeah. Look, man. Look, I love you, Kwency, but brother, I'm usually considered the nice guy, and you're being nicer to him than me. I'm being honest with you. This motherfucker has a bad attitude.
Fire him.
Yes. Fuck. Thank you, Kwency.
Because look, he's causing your company to get sued by someone you don't even know.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Like, why would he still fire him? I guess legally they couldn't until after everything's done, but come on, dude.
Yeah.
Y'all gotta shake a leg. Just need to cut the old anchor down and
No, like why did a guy who never caused problems like Heath Slater get fired? Why did Zack Ryder get fired? Why did so many guys get fired? And then this motherfucker who causes so many problems stay. I don't get it. And look, I don't wish anybody to lose their job, but honestly, I would fucking cut my losses with this fucking guy. Motherfucker, he is a problem. Yo, but all right, let's get into the next problem. All right, the fucking amnesia that the creative team has about Seth Rollins and Dominic. What the fuck is this? Like, okay,
I don't know, man. Like we were talking about it a little bit earlier. Like, they just changed shows, and it's the same show but different channel. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what or how it benefits anybody involved at this point. Outside, I mean, maybe they're still building this story with Murphy.
Yeah,
That's what it seems like. I mean, I don't know if you caught SmackDown, but pretty much Seth Rollins had cut a promo. It looked like him and Daniel Bryan were fighting actually.
Yeah.
And then Rey Mysterio came down for the save, and then he looked like he wanted Daniel Bryan to help him, and Daniel Bryan bailed on him, of course, because he's like, dude, we just fought. And then Murphy's music hit, and Murphy teased like he was going to team with Seth to take on Dominic and Ray, but then he turns on Seth again, and he starts beating him up. And then he kind of leaves them for the Mysterios, and then he tries to shake the Mysterios' hand, but they weren't having it, and they just left. So I don't know. Like I just remember when the on the first night of the draft, Seth got drafted. I was like, that's a great pick. And then they drafted the Mysterios, and then it showed them backstage with that promo that they had about like, oh, we're gonna keep making Seth's life a living hell. I'm like, God damn it. I was like,
everybody's life a living hell.
I was like, why? Like, just leave it. You got, I mean, bro, you guys had a tag match, y'all won, y'all had a little payback already. Like, it's been like what, 3 pay-per-views already? Like, come on, man. Like, we don't want to see it. Like we're over it. Not over it, but I mean, like, it's done. Like, let Dominic do something different. Let Dominic. I mean, shit. They should have had him. Because I think they kept. I think they kept Humberto on Raw, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But they should have drafted him on SmackDown and have him team with Dominic again, because they need teams, and it helps Dominic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, they teamed up once for that tag match on Raw, but I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to them. It helps Dominic learn how to play as a team player. It also helps him learn stuff and pick up stuff from Humberto, while his dad is still, because his dad is still hurt, because I think he hurt like his leg, or he pulled something in their tag match, so he's not even cleared right now. But at least until his dad's cleared, he can at least have him still do something and earn his reps.
Yeah. I feel like I'm with you. Like, just leave it alone now. Like, what more do you need to do? What more can you do with this feud? I feel like they've taken away.
What more? Like I said, outside the Murphy thing, I don't know what else can be accomplished.
And even then, like, just no more. What's it called? I don't know. But yeah, that feud needs to die a death. Honestly, I think it's time for Dominic to do something else. Fuck, like, yeah, I'm with you. I wouldn't mind the idea of him teaming up with Humberto Carrillo. It's something different, and maybe they could both be managed by Ray. I don't know. That'd be cool.
I mean, it gives him something to do.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, as long as they don't try to force him to join the Lucha House Party and try to be super racist about it.
I mean, it's funny because I remember back when they were having all of the Hispanics like meet up together. Like, they would always have like the fatal 4-way of like Humberto Carrillo, Andrade versus Angel versus I think Rey Mysterio. I called them the Hispanic division.
I mean, individually that's a dope match, but like to have, what I mean, they always just like, even back then, what they call them, the Mexicals back in the day on SmackDown.
Oh, yeah, I remember them. I remember them specifically because of that promo Christian cut. You damn Mexicans! And then I think it was Juventud or Psychosis who said Mexicans, no, we're Mexicools. Oh man.
I just remember I felt bad for Super Crazy, because Super Crazy was one of my favorites in ECW.
Yeah, man.
I'm super. I'm crazy. I'm super crazy.
Fuck back. Oh,
old school.
Yeah. What's it called? Alrighty, you said your piece on this.
Yeah. I mean, let's just our condolences, and hopefully the writers will listen and they'll kill it off. I mean, it's just, it's done. Like I said, let's just get to I give it 2 more weeks. Let's do what we got to do. I mean, I don't want to see this, I don't want to see this culminate into another match, like at Hell in a Cell. I don't.
Seriously.
Like especially if it's just for the sake of filling up the match card. I mean, dude, there's other people that, you don't. First of all, not every match needs to be a Hell in a Cell. I'm pretty sure the SmackDown Women's Championship will be. I'm pretty sure. I think Roman versus Jey Uso is going to be, and I'm sure Drew versus Randy will be as well. But other than those 3, which even then, that's 3. That's still a lot.
Yeah.
That's still a lot. But even those, like, nothing else needs to be.
A Hell in a
You know
Cell.
what I mean? Yeah, not at all. I mean, you got those 3 matches. I would only book like 4 to 5 more matches if that was me.
Yeah. Fuck, man. I would change the damn name. No more fucking these gimmick pay per views, except Royal Rumble. You keep Royal Rumble, but
I like Royal Rumble.
yeah, and Money in the Bank. I'll keep Money in the Bank, but that's it. You know, what's it called, brother? Like, I just hope this fucking thing is over. I mean, if you want to go to the Hell in a Cell, fine, but fucking end it there. End it there. No fucking more. Not one
It's like,
fucking piece.
bro, they've had a steel cage though already. I don't know what, like,
Yes.
unless, see, the only way I could see it is if it's Seth Rollins versus Buddy Murphy, which, okay, I'm fine with that as long as like Dominic is not like, part of the match.
Yes.
He might, I could see him being ringside or having a run in or something, but finally giving his blessing for him for this like 30-year-old man to date his 19-year-old sister. But it's just so weird, dude.
Yeah, okay. It's no wonder WWE Vince McMahon, I should say, is keeping
Bro,
Braun Sullivan.
he likes that shit.
No, okay.
Oh, man.
I feel weird just saying that now. All right.
But see, he doesn't. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's so crazy. He'll come up. Like I've heard of so many angles he wanted to do that got shut down. Like even
storyline with
even like Stephanie McMahon was talking about that, and she even said like, oh, she said no, and then was like, oh, but maybe her and Shane. I'm like, what the, bro? What is wrong with you? What is going on with you, bro? Like,
cancel culture still not talking about Vince, huh?
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. No, it's just sports entertainment. No, it's like, no, dude.
That makes me want to ask you. Like, did you watch the Bill Burr Saturday Night Live performance by chance?
I did.
Oh fuck, man! What'd you think of that? They called cancel culture out on that.
Dude, first of all, Bill Burr. Anyone that watched it that was offended, obviously, is not familiar with Bill Burr or the type of comedy that he does.
Yeah.
A. B, because you're not well versed or did not educate yourself on it, you give yourself this open platform to pretty much be offended or look to be offended, because everybody got to be a part of something right now. Yeah. Everyone's bored. Everyone's stuck at home. Everyone wants to be a part of something. Everyone's stuck on their keyboard. So why not act like I'm part of some crusade? Dude, like, what he said was funny because it how about this? People get offended when things are true. You know what I mean? Yeah. There's people who can laugh at themselves about it, even though if it is a little bit of serious nature, but there's people who are oversensitive. Yeah. And it just so happens he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was facing from what he was saying. But at the same time, I mean, he didn't say nothing that, I mean, like I said, I don't think it was 100% true for everybody. Yeah. But I definitely can identify with the example that he was presenting and laugh about it, because now it's your guys', that particular group's turn to be under the microscope and feel the burn. But dude, like, everybody has been pretty much roasted. You know what I mean? It's just, it's just their turn. Like, and it's just, it was just a small jab to me. I think it was like, wait, like I said, if you're not familiar with Bill Burr, do yourself a favor and go look up Bill Burr in Philly and just listen to how he just battles the whole Philly crowd. You know what I mean? So if you're not familiar with that performance before getting to know him and saw this, dude, blow it out your ass. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, dude. And maybe that's unfair. Maybe that means I've been desensitized to who he is. Yeah. But no, dude, like, I'm sorry, bro. Like, I don't believe that America's gone soft. Like, everyone always says that. But there are certain levels of things that people have, they've lost the thickness in their skin. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, dude, I grew up, knowing that, I'm black, but I'm mixed, and I had other friends that aren't. And I also have other friends that are different races, but, I still got treated differently because, I got called like beige. and milk. You know what I mean? Like, just just laughing about it, not knowing. You know what I mean? But then you grow older, like, oh, okay, I see what they're doing. They were hating on me being light skinned or whatever. But it's all fun and game. Like, bro, I don't hold that to nobody. You know what I mean? Like, dude, it's stuff that I joke about now. You know what I mean? But nowadays, you can't even say anything like that. Like, everyone they're so quick to want to. It's weird, man. Like, it's weird. Like,
years from now, cancel culture is gonna come after us, dude.
I mean, that's why I'm trying to be careful with what I say.
Yeah.
I mean, I try not to offend. You know what I mean? Because I know that the majority. I mean, it's not the majority; it's the minority. You know what I mean? But for whatever reason, that's like I said, it's the toxicity of social media. Like, it could. I've seen it be used for good, but I've seen it more than more times than not used for just pure evil and just But I noticed you yawning, which means you were probably watching another Seth Rollins versus Rey Mysterio match.
Oh yeah.
No, but I was gonna say one of the matches we did mention, Roman Reigns and Jey Uso coming up. I remember you were asking me, who I think could, first of all, Roman's on a roll right now.
Yeah.
I've been really enjoying the work, character-wise, in-ring wise. I love what he's doing.
Clean segue.
But yeah, you did ask me about a potential opponent for WrestleMania, correct?
Yes.
It's going to be The Rock.
Gonna be The Rock?
Okay. Possibly. I believe so.
Okay.
And the only reason is like, so, shout out to, if you guys check it out, go follow the Flow Show, Flow Wrestling Show. It stands for the Love of Wrestling. It gets a little controversial.
Gotta get that money, man. Sorry.
And it gets a little controversial at times, but it's all in fun and games. But we've been like playfully booking this match because there was an interview, I think a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago, where The Rock had said, he'd be open to it. He said it only makes sense, right? Yeah. He didn't say which WrestleMania, but he said he was open to it. But
yeah.
When you think about, there's already been reports that they're gonna have it at the original venue that WrestleMania was supposed to be at earlier this year. I forgot the name of the stadium, but I think it was in Tampa.
Yeah.
And Tampa's in Florida, which is where The Rock lives sometimes, or he's from. So it's not like a stretch. You know what I mean?
You could just walk across the street and enter into the Thunderdome if you really wanted to.
He's like, oh, is this you guys in town? Yeah, I just want. Is it cool if I do a promo? Is it cool? Well, off the top of my head. I don't know.
Oh man.
But so there was talk, a little bit of whispers about The Rock, him, WrestleMania 38? Is it 37? 37, I guess.
37 is what we're at. I lost count because they stopped counting for us.
Yeah. Yeah, they I don't know why they do that.
Because they don't want WrestleMania to seem too old. I mean, it's funny. Like, I mean, how many Super Bowls are we at? I'm pretty sure they still count them.
I was about to say, dude, like I couldn't tell you the number, but they sure as hell throw up those Roman numerals. It got me feeling like I'm old as hell, bro.
Yeah.
I'm like, I lived through that many Super Bowls. Like, this is crazy. Okay. I feel old as shit. No, but it's just interesting because Roman's doing this whole tribal chief thing, head of the table, no one eats first. I'm bringing food to the table for everybody. He's doing this whole angle, right, with this whole Samoan lineage thing. He's embattled in this dramatic, emotional family feud with Jey Uso right now. Even Jimmy getting involved. So it kind of has been like almost planting the seeds where it could lead up to The Rock, him being part of the same family, and with Roman saying he's the top of the, he's the chief and he's the top, the high chief, because there was this meme that went around that was funny. it said like, I'm the head of the table, and The Rock's like, yeah, the kiddie table, bitch. I was like, okay. I'm like, I could see that being like the tit for tat, like the promos before, between them. I could see it being good, but we were fantasizing, us on the Flow show, talking about. I can see it leading down to like, him versus Jey Uso. And, because, they were teasing these high stakes, right? Like, there's going to be, these consequences coming from this match. Like, it's not going to be the same after this. It later was, revealed that their Hell in a Cell is also an I Quit match, apparently.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it is.
we had said what should happen is, say, like, if he beats him, he gets shunned out of the family. Like, he's not part of the family anymore. Or like, like another idea that one of us had was like, he's out of the family, but like he has to follow him around like in shame, like he has to serve the tribal chief. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because we had other wild ideas, and this is where it got controversial. We were like, yeah, he has to cut off his tattoos, like Sons of Anarchy. Yeah, you gotta burn them off. Yeah, he can't be part of the, he can't have the Samoan tribal tattoos anymore, since he went against the chief and he lost. And so all this stuff that could be kind of obviously too extreme, but they can still play on that, those kind of concepts where it could lead towards, like, because we were even fantasizing about it's going to bring Rikishi to come in, and he'll have to have a match with Rikishi at one point. And then, obviously it wouldn't be that long of a match. Obviously Rikishi's still in wrestling shape. Yeah. But it's like him being, the Usos' dad. I could see that being some shit that's possible. We had even said like even like Nia Jax and Naomi are fighting each other, because Naomi is Jimmy's wife, who is that's Jay's sister-in-law, and you got Nia Jax that's like riding for the Samoan family too, and she's making sure she's in her place. And so we all these little pieces on the board that could lead to like actually one of the top head chiefs, Mr. Originally named Rocky Maivia after, Chief Maivia. So you talk about chiefs and just verbiage and stuff like that, and things, little seeds being planted. I mean, I can only imagine how they can, play into this whole thing, especially with, again, this rebirth of Roman Reigns and the way that they have him attacking this role, as far as like, being this tribal chief, and just the stuff he's been saying when he's beating down Jey Uso or beating up whoever it is and scaring the referees, and just this new persona he's taking on. Like, I can really see how it can bloom over the next couple of months, especially with it being October. Well, we got, 3 months till the Royal Rumble in January, and then, another 3 months before Mania in probably either March or early April. So, we got about a solid 6 months worth of planning, where I think it's definitely possible where we can get The Rock. You know what I mean? A lot of people are saying that, they showed Goldberg on SmackDown. Boo.
Yeah, boo.
Boo. Stay at home, old man. No one wants to see it. No one wants to see it at all. You're not going to be the face in this situation. You're going to be booed. No one wants to see it. Done.
Oh, man. Oh, fuck. It's funny you mentioned that no one wants to see it. I don't want to see it, period. But I do have a thing. I do think Rocky will be wrestling Roman at WrestleMania. However, I do have a small desire, and I
know what you're gonna say. I know what you're gonna say. Go ahead. I know what you're gonna say.
I've been fantasy booking. I wrote down a whole thing, right? I was gonna make this a solo video, but you know what? I'm gonna fantasy book and making the case for Sami Zayn to turn face and win the Royal Rumble and go on to challenge Roman at WrestleMania. Here's how I would do it, right? Here's what I think I would do. Now, Kwency, I gotta ask, was that who you thought I was talking about?
No, and it's funny because when you said his name, it was really close to who I thought.
Okay, who'd you think?
Because you said Sami Zayn. I was thinking you were thinking CM Punk.
Nah, I don't even want to see that.
And that's the thing, is like, I don't know if I necessarily would like to see it, but he had mentioned his name not too long ago.
Yeah, see, that was also another one I did have in mind. I couldn't think of the name, but man, Yeah, you're right. But now I'll give you. I'll speak on that for a little bit. The reason I don't want to see CM Punk versus Roman Reigns, same reason I don't really want to see Roman Reigns versus The Rock. There's only one condition I want to see Roman Reigns versus The Rock, right? But I don't want to see The Rock come back just to lose. I'm sorry, but I do not have the energy in me to watch one of my favorite stars when I was growing up lose to a guy that I don't give two shits about.
You don't
You know
like
what I mean?
Roman?
Yeah, look, I like his heel turn, right? I do like what they're doing with him, and I'll say this: like, he is a guy that you absolutely love to hate, and I do love to hate Roman Reigns. But with that, I do know that Roman Reigns is gonna turn babyface back again eventually. I'm not gonna fucking cheer the guy. I don't fucking like the guy. I'm nothing against him personally, but I don't like his face character. I don't care about if he's the guy or a guy or a good guy or a bad guy or a dog or now a fucking chief or if he's a fucking chihuahua or if he's a fucking dinosaur, whatever the fuck he wants to call himself. I couldn't care less. I'm sorry, nothing the guy's done has entertained me. You know what I mean? He could talk about people's tater tots. I mean, man, there's something going on with that family. But
and you know,
I'm sorry.
I understand because I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of the tater tots or the suffering succotash either.
Yeah.
But I can't blame him for what they make him say, right?
Yes.
But I mean, I can say that it didn't do him any favors to help me try to, you know, get into his like. I've been a Roman. Okay, so like with Roman, he was Liak Key in FCW, and me and my brother actually got into FCW right before. Like that's what's crazy when like the Shield came out. They were a mixture of three guys that we had our eyes on from FCW because we heard that they were like the little, you know, D League before it was NXT of WWE. We're like, oh, okay, there's all these guys. They have a website. Oh, I like these guys. Oh, wait, this guy's from ROH. Oh, this guy's from CCW, which is Dean Ambrose at the time. And then it's like, oh, Liak Key. I'm like, this guy has a look. You know, he's like a homegrown guy. And, you know, we used to just actually watch video of him. And this is like our like, you know, prime beginning of like actually starting to because we used to create our own wrestlers all the time on the, you know, 2K and all the WWE video games, but we never actually
created
like
Humberto Carrillo there,
no, never. But we've never actually like tried our hand at creating people that weren't in the game but were real wrestlers outside the game. And so this is the first time we started actually like trying to like find their matches on YouTube and getting movesets. So we were really interested in these three already. And then so when those three got picked for the Shield and I was watching that live, dude, I was fucking hyped. You know what I mean? So, and then even watching how, you know, because Roman was still pretty new in the system, and he started playing this one character where he would show up with his hair tied up. He still had the ponytail, but he had it tied up in a bun, and he would wear a suit and tie, and he would sit like kind of like this suave. He was still a heel, but
I know what promo you're talking about.
Right, yeah. And so like I was like, oh, okay, this is kind of different from, you know, and because they started calling him Roman Reigns. And then all of a sudden he started becoming Roman Reigns when he became the Shield. So I didn't get to see enough of him performing that new character before he became a Shield guy. So, you know, even with the Shield, like I thought he was pretty impressive, but I still needed to see more. But he was playing his role pretty well as far as like just the muscle guy, you know, like, you know, he was, you know, he wasn't necessarily a side piece to the trio because everybody brought their own strengths to it. But he had a good, you know, he had a good part. When he went solo, I was still actually pretty supportive of him. You know, he was having some pretty bang out matches. At first, I was like, whatever. But then he had what convinced me was this is around the time AJ Styles joined, and he had 2 great matches with AJ Styles back to back. And he started actually putting some good performances up. But even before that, I don't know if you remember when he went down with the hernia injury, he was getting some pretty good steam. He had the match with Randy Orton at SummerSlam that was really good. But then he got thrown, and then, you know, he had to go for surgery. But what hurt him, and it probably may have been another reason why, you know, you were like, okay, I'm kind of tuned out, is the news already had gotten out about him being a Vince guy and Vince seeing these things for him. And because I'm like this, I hate when it'll be in the middle of November and then you get the news like, yeah, Vince is looking at he wants this person to be headlining WrestleMania, and there's like no surprise whatsoever, and you all you can do is sit back in horror and watch the car accident happen as you see them book all this shit just to make this stupid ass match. You're like, God damn, you know. So a lot of people kind of turned on him, you know, because he was away, but then the news hit that he was like shoehorned to be in the, you know, for WrestleMania against, you know, Brock Lesnar. So everybody was like, wait, what? So then they started shoving him down, you know, everyone's throat. And, you know, I was one of those fans that turned on him because I was like, dude, now that I already know what their end game is, like, I can't even watch this. You know what I mean? Like,
See, that wasn't what did it for me. For him, I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify this, but
yeah.
There was something that did do it for me because during that time, actually, I remember there was rumors of him defeating Brock at SummerSlam. I remember that, but I do remember that WrestleMania, and I didn't really know what the fuck to think because I knew so little about wrestling by that point. I was still coming back from it because and I'd made mention of this when I was talking about Becky Lynch and how she saved me from like completely falling away from wrestling at the time. But thing is with Roman, like, you know, not that I didn't like him, but I was just thinking like, man, there was Dean Ambrose, there was Daniel Bryan, of course. So many interesting matchups, and you went with a guy who, quite frankly, didn't have wouldn't have brought the best flavor, so to speak, to the kitchen. You know what I mean? Like the spice wasn't right for the dish that was being prepared, that was going to go into my mouth. I guess that's the best analogy I could put for you. Like, you know, instead it ended up being like fucking bitter for me. It was sour, basically. You know, I'd rather when I could have been tasting sweet or spicy or whatever. All right, this analogy is going to hell. Look,
well, I think it's another cooking analogy if you let me.
All right, go for it.
I think it's like we like to be surprised as opposed to getting cookie cutter, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'd rather have homemade than store bought.
Yeah, I mean, it's like store bought. You know what you're getting, but you know, if you say you can cook some, shit, I want to wait and I want to taste it. I want to, you know what I mean? Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like there's a difference between like I said, it's like watching a car accident like from a distance. You can't stop it. All you can do is watch it in horror as it unfolds. You're like, God damn it, like. You know what I mean? Like it's like it's true. Like, you know, because those reports come out and you don't want to believe it, and then you just literally sit back and watch how they just make all these moves that literally make it happen. You're like, oh wow, I just sat here and it's like going to go watch a movie and then right before the movie is about to start, they tell you exactly how it ends. And you're like, oh wait, oh great, so okay.
All right, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to like interrupt your thought there.
No, you're good.
But I'm glad you're able to get back to it. What's it called? Now, going back to it, I think what did it for me when it came to being a Roman fan was this is what I call the identity crisis of 2016 and 2017. Because every other week, this guy was playing some different version of himself. He was either really smiley
100%.
and fucking really happy, and the next week he was all serious, like he was ready to kick your ass. And the next week is back to fucking comedy, and then the next week it's back to fucking serious. Like I had no fucking idea who this guy fucking was. I honestly thought, like, yo, like if I'm watching a show, right? Let's take Roman Reigns out of WWE, let's put him into a movie theater, right? Let's put him into the scene of Breaking Bad, right? And you see him every other episode, you're gonna think this guy has a fucking mental disorder because you don't know.
Well, I don't know because you know it works for one character, and I think it's only one character it works for.
Who?
Drax the Destroyer from from Guardians of the Galaxy. You know, because he'll be serious and all of a sudden he cracks a joke. You're like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Like, oh, okay, hey, this guy's all right, I guess. He's a different kind of okay. Like, but I know what you mean, because like, yeah, it'd be one day it'd be suffering succotash, and it's tater tots trying to be funny and play to the crowd, which they're not fucking with it, and then it'd be like, this is my yard, and it's like, oh, okay, back to the my, but, he's like, oh, let me guess, he has a new T-shirt that he has to say, you know what I mean? It's it really, and then it made it worse when he was doing the whole thing with Cena, so that didn't do him any favors, but he did step up a little bit. And I mean, I honestly would have had Cena beat him, but they had or did Cena beat him? I can't remember.
No, Cena lost. Cena lost.
That's what I thought. I was gonna say I went to that show and I still don't remember, dude. It was just like I remember being mad that Braun lost to.
I remember it was a good match, though. I remember that.
Yeah, but man, see, all these names got me thinking about that list that you were telling me about too.
Oh yeah. We'll get to that. Don't spoil it, because I mean, I've done these list videos with I spoiled it. Anyway, I've done these list videos with John Scare, and I've done these list videos with Eddie Nigma, and I'm pretty damn honored that you're gonna be the third man to ever do a list video with me. So, let's get back into it. Okay, so the person I want to see, all right, is Sami Zayn, right? But here's why. I think Sami Zayn's been a heel for far too long, right? The guy is over as Red Rover. I mean, you know what I mean? This guy's a babyface in real life. This guy has his own campaign to build hospitals in Syria. Like, how much better of a person can you be that you launch your own goddamn campaign? Like, that's freaking awesome. You know what I mean? But
I mean, you would think that WWE would help put some focus on that.
Exactly. And I thought the same thing. Why doesn't WWE put focus on that? You know what I mean? It's not like kayfabe is alive anymore. But what's it called?
Oh, you know what? Because they probably can't, because they got that deal with the freaking the Saudi Arabia deal, bro.
Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't think,
because I mean that's one of the reasons why Sammy doesn't go, or they don't want him to go over there.
He's not allowed. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so that may be something, but that's a whole nother can of worms.
Yeah.
Goddamn.
Yeah. Well, okay, that's another day, another topic for another day. But because goddamn. But the thing that gets me, right? Like, Sami Zayn is a babyface in an era where it is hard to be a fucking babyface and actually be liked. You know what I mean? Like, dude, Bobby Roode, talented guy, but he failed as a face.
He's not a natural face at all. Even in TNA, he was always better as a heel. The only time he's good as a face is when he's teaming with James Storm.
Okay. Now, like,
but other than that, yeah, I mean,
yeah. See, like, there's so many guys who cannot do both, right? And Sami Zayn is a rare breed who can be a top babyface.
No shit, because he was a great babyface, and then when he came back with the heel turn, I was like kind of skeptical, like, how is he going to play this off? Because he still had the same music, but then he won me over when he was just being super snarky about it, and just like, I love the way that he was like, because he basically was taking what people complain about him, in real life, about him always talking too much or whatever, and he just turned that into like a heel character, and I'm like, that's amazing. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's been doing great work.
I love the line when he said that when they had a segment with Kurt Angle and they referenced Jason Jordan.
Dude, he's like, he said the TNA was hiring.
That was a good one too. But they referenced Jason Jordan, right? And, Sami Zayn was like, it's okay, Kurt Angle forgot about him too. I started laughing so goddamn hard.
Yeah, that was bad. No, he's good. I mean, I remember he name dropped AEW on TV.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I mean, shit, like
He's a master at that shit. Like,
I mean, he's a great personality. I don't know if they see him in the same role as far as like what he can do as a face towards like a heel version of Roman, but I wouldn't be against it. I mean, this guy's a. I mean, when he's a face, he's a people's champion. You know what I mean?
yeah.
A man of the people. Like, I mean, and that's the thing. It's like if the crowds are back, they can really get behind him. It's just the fact that it really depends. Like, he can have that just as much of that passion that he has in his promos now, but he can, again, just change the focus of it where it's him, being a face. Probably don't talk as much, keep it short and sweet. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, I definitely could see potential for him building back up as a top face. I don't know, again, if they'll let him, because he's not a muscle guy, and that's not my criteria, but that's so much of it for some reason still to this day. You know what I mean? So.
But now let me go ahead and pitch something to you. This is how I would book Sami Zayn getting in shot for his match against Roman Reigns, right? Now, it all starts at the Royal Rumble, right? He loses his match against blah blah blah, whoever, right? But in the match itself, he's wrestling and he happens to be down to the last two. All right, the last two is him and Braun Strowman.
Oh shit!
This is what I would do.
Back where it started, huh?
Yep, back where it started. So go back to 2004, right? Braun Strowman is wrestling Sami Zayn.
2004? Was that 2004? That wasn't 2004.
I know, I'm stupid. 2017, but I did reference 2004 for a reason.
Oh, okay.
Braun Strowman puts Sami Zayn outside. Sami Zayn, he seemingly gets eliminated, but instead, Sami Zayn is hooking Braun Strowman's head almost in a suplex style elimination, and you recreate that 2004 Royal Rumble elimination that you saw with Redacted and the Big Show, right? Now I know that might be a little controversial, but that was a spot that hasn't been seen in over a decade, and it's a totally different person, so I don't see much problem with that. All right?
You're talking about when The Rock was the winner, but he clearly wasn't the winner, and then they had that whole back and forth between him and Big Show?
No. Okay, you remember when Redacted went on to face Triple H and Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania 20?
Oh, are you talking about Chris Benoit?
Yeah, Redacted.
I didn't realize who you were talking about. What is the spot? Because my bad. Because I thought for sure you were talking about the spot with him and The Rock, and I'll explain that why. But yeah. Fill me in. What was the spot with the Redacted and Big Show?
Okay, so I'm sorry.
Because you said it's like a suplex. So what, I'm guessing he had like a vertical suplex like lock on him and kind of dragged him over the rope.
Yep, he dragged him over the rope and single-handedly eliminated him in a way that, like it didn't seem too.
I do remember that because he had to keep like tugging and tugging, and the crowd was behind him, wasn't he?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I remember that. Yeah. That's a good spot. Yeah.
Here, let me see if I could send it to you. I'm gonna send it to you on Twitter. No. What the hell? You're not popping up. Okay. Well, anyway, in any case, I'm gonna send you a little screenshot of it then. But
Redacted.
Redacted. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It took me a minute. I was like, oh. I'm an idiot. I was like, oh, I guess because WWE owns The Rock, so we'll just call him Dwayne Johnson. And I was like, oh no, he's not even talking about them. I'm like, oh, he's talking about someone different entirely. I was like, my bad.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I did the same joke with John and Eddie, and they both kind of took a while to get it too, so it's cool. I love that joke though, man. I couldn't help myself. But okay, so you bring back that spot, right? Next thing you know, right, you have the week going into the Elimination Chamber or Fastlane, whatever you want to call it. because let's face it, it's gonna be one of those two papers. Let me see. Do I have my paper on me? I might, because I know I had this somewhere. Oh, okay. So here's what you do. Here's what you do. Afterwards, the next week, you have Roman Reigns. He comes out and he starts talking some shit to Sami Zayn. You say, Sami, like, you're underqualified. I declined this match, right? And then Sami's like, what the fuck you mean I'm underqualified? I won the match. You know what I mean? That sort of thing, right? You have him heal it up. What do you mean you decline? You can't decline. You can't do that, right? And so then you get Vince McMahon involved, right? Now get this. This might be a little hard to believe because we've only seen one person do this, and that was The Undertaker. But you actually have, just to sell Roman Reigns as a heel, you actually have him bully Vince McMahon into saying, okay, Roman, you're not going to face Sami. It's fine. You know, you actually have him face him, like, you know, give him some sort of threat, ultimatum, whatever you got to do. So instead, Vince will make Sami Zayn work for the match, right? Similar to what you did with Kofi Kingston, but now you do Sami. So next week, Sami has to win a slobber knocker match, a 15-minute slobber knocker match, right? Now, if you're not too familiar with this, man, for those of you who haven't played SmackDown versus Raw, Here Comes the Pain, or Just Bring It, you guys have had horrible childhoods. I'm just saying. But this is a match where you face basically the roster one by one. You keep eliminating, and you go until you lose, right? So you have Sami Zayn face off 15 minutes next week. He goes up against let's have him go up against about 5 opponents. Humberto Carrillo, Grand Metalik.
So it'd be like a more like a gauntlet, as opposed to him wrestling the whole the whole roster then.
No. Like, so the idea is to wrestle the roster. It's unlimited, but I'm saying we'll have him go over 5 opponents just because that way, not to make it too like unrealistic.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like he gets 5 wins out of the people that show up, but he eventually gets beaten after that. Okay.
Yeah. And so then number 5, the number 5 pick he beats is Kofi Kingston. Kofi Kingston, funny enough, lost the WWE title. So this is an interesting guy. Now the stipulation of this is if Sami loses to whoever he gets eliminated by, that person goes on to face Roman Reigns at WrestleMania. That person has
so everybody has definitely they have a reason to want to beat him. If okay. Yep. There's some high stakes. Yeah.
Yep. So now we're 13 minutes in the match. Sami Zayn just defeated Kofi Kingston. Kofi Kingston gets up, he shakes his hand, he says, "Kick Roman's ass at WrestleMania." Cool. All right. Sami Zayn is getting ready. He's charged up. He's fatigued, but he's ready to face the next guy. Next guy you face is none other than Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens comes out, right?
Ooh, okay.
And Kevin Owens sees that Sami's just in a bad way. So what does he do? He hits a stunner on Sami and he beats Sami. 1, 2, 3, clean as a sheet. Fast forward to week 3, Sami Zayn and KO and Roman are all in the ring, right? This is the go home segment. And we have Sami Zayn and Roman Reigns. And Roman's just putting down Sami, right? Roman's putting down Sami and he's congratulating Owens. And Owens says this, right? This is uncharacteristic of Kevin Owens given the past few years, but since this is babyface Kevin Owens, I think it's fine. Here's what you do. You say, look, 3 years ago, I would have no problem screwing over Sami. That's what she said. But I'm not that person anymore. So I say this. I challenge Sami to a match at Fastlane. If he wins, then he faces you. And then Roman looks at him. He's like, you're not that stupid. I can't believe you're that stupid. But if you're that stupid, you guys go ahead and kill yourselves. And then Roman says to Sami Zayn, just to really heal up Roman Reigns, what are you even worth? You barely lasted against 5 guys that I'm better than. How do you expect to step up against me? And that's when Sami Zayn, you see, babyface Sami Zayn of old, NXT Sami Zayn of old, he very impassionately says, I'm worth more than you know. And then he walks away, right? So next week, that teases a tag team match, right? Roman Reigns is going up against Sami Zayn and KO, but Roman has to find an opponent. So what do? You have Roman Reigns. He manipulates Jey Uso. They have some history. They've had some things going on. They have some history. So Roman Reigns apologizes to Jey Uso, says what he's got to say. Us, listen, man, your family. You know what I mean? We got to be there for each other, whatever, right? So you go into the match, right? Ref is arguing with Sammy. Jay's watching the ref argue with Sammy. Roman low blows KO while Jay and Sammy are distracted. And then Jey Uso turns around and pins Sammy after. Look, point is Roman gets the win, right? I forget how you do that. My notes are sloppy, but so now we fast forward to Fastlane. Sammy versus KO, right? So they go about a good 15 minutes in the match. Then here's what you do. You have Roman come out and spear the shit out of both of them. Vince comes out pissed off and he restarts the match. But before the bell rings, Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens, they both get back up. Kevin Owens stuns Roman Reigns and Sami hits the haluva kick onto Roman Reigns and they both get him out the win. That gives Sami Zayn the shine. After this, the match continues on. Sami wins, and then you go into the week leading into WrestleMania. Now, this week, you get Sami Zayn. He's cutting this impassioned promo talking about Roman Reigns. And let me see. And then Roman Reigns comes out to spear Sami Zayn, right? There's a little beatdown going on. And then Sami Zayn's out for the week. Next week, you got a contract signing where they both talk some shit back to each other. And then Sami finally gets his shine back. He haluva kicks Roman Reigns, hits him with the blue thunderbomb. This is important now. And then, okay, next week they have a pull apart. And then finally you have the go home week, right? Kevin Owens has been there battling with Sami, fighting for Sami. Unfortunately, they took down Sami Zayn, or they took down Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens is injured. He can't wrestle the rest of the night. Sami Zayn now has to find an opponent up against Jey Uso and Roman Reigns. So what do? Out comes out none other than Kofi Kingston for the endorsement, right? These two just shook hands. Kofi told Sami to kick Roman's ass, and Kofi wants a piece of Roman as well. All right, going back into the match.
There's only one thing. The only thing is he's not on SmackDown anymore.
You're right. Yo, you just had me talk for like 20 minutes. I'm sitting here. All right, whatever.
No, I know, because I just thought about that. I'm like, yeah, that's pretty cool. And I was like, wait a minute, but he can't. Because I was thinking, I'm like, yeah, Kofi versus Roman would actually be pretty cool down the line. I'm like, wait, Kofi's not even on SmackDown anymore. I was like, oh shit.
Well, all right, listen, I wrote this down before the draft, so cool.
No worries.
Whatever.
When he was on SmackDown, yeah.
Yeah, when he was. All right, so you have this match going on, right?
I can see it being Daniel Bryan.
Yeah, okay, that's a good pick as well, Daniel Bryan, right? Okay, so for the sake of this, we'll just keep it to Kofi. So anyway, in this go-home match, Sami Zayn pins Jey Uso, right? Sami and Kofi win, but Sami pins Jey. Now, keep in mind, Roman and Sami never interacted once in either of their matches. We saved that for the match itself. So now we have WrestleMania. All right. Here's what I think we do. We don't try to have an interaction with we'll say it's a no holds barred match, whatever you gotta say, but let these two have the whole kitchen sink to themselves. I won't involve weapons in this match because I want it to be a straight up match as much as I can be. Although there will be some interaction from Kofi Kingston and Jey Uso. But Jey Uso turns on Roman and says, like, dude, what you're doing ain't right. I'm sorry, but I'm out, right? Because he wants him to help attack Sami. So Roman's like, all right, you're right. All right. So just to really heal it up, he uppercuts Jey Uso, gets a spear on him one last time. At this point, they're about 2 spears in and like maybe 3 haluva kicks. All right. Roman Reigns gets back in the ring. Sami Zayn hits a haluva kick followed by the Blue Thunder Bomb. So the Blue Thunder Bomb would actually be the finish this time around. And there you go. 1, 2, 3. Sami Zayn is your WWE champion. That's how I would book it. That's what I think you could do. Personally, that's what I think should happen because, I mean, look, like, Roman Reigns, he's held that title. I'm not going to say it's been a long time, but once WrestleMania rolls around, it's going to be a long time now, and
I think it's going to be by then like 6 months. But I mean, if you think about it though, the last time he had it, he had to relinquish it because of leukemia. So he didn't really get a chance to hold that belt the first time.
Yeah. So like, 6 months isn't a bad time to drop it. I mean, Kofi Kingston held the title after 6 months.
I think was it 6? I felt like he had a little bit longer, but yeah, you're right. I mean, yeah, I think the only thing I would change, like I said, just for the sake of certain things, like I probably would have Daniel Bryan, because he's on SmackDown, which it would also make sense because Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn and Daniel Bryan already had a storyline together from SmackDown before, so there's a little bit of history there. And then obviously him versus Roman down the line wouldn't be bad either. I mean, I could even see instead of Jey Uso, if maybe him and Seth just team up, you know what I mean? Because Seth's on SmackDown too, so that could be kind of cool, because that star power can rub off on Sammy. Exactly, you know what I mean? And I think like I like the idea of how you set up the Royal Rumble, but it's funny because when the one I was thinking you were talking about with the Rock and Big Show, and I don't know if you remember that one, but they
both it seemed like Rock hit both feet or something like that,
yeah,
right?
the Rock for sure hit first, but they both went over, but the Rock for sure hit first, even though they it wasn't planned. It was a botched finish, but they still had to announce the Rock as the winner. But they had to if you remember, they were forced to do this whole angle where Big Show was like, pretty much like pleading his case and trying to get the whole call overturned because he had evidence and stuff, and they had to do a whole match, just to finally, justify it. And I was thinking, I mean, because you mentioned Braun Strowman and Sami Zayn being the last two, and I'm like, that's kind of like Big Show right there. I was like, they could do that same spot or do something like it where Braun is like, not dropping it, and he's like, no, I'm not finished with you yet, Obviously, it kind of writes itself, and then they have a match to determine if who's going to actually go on to face like Roman. But again, that wouldn't make sense because Braun got moved to Raw, unfortunately. But
yeah, damn, that threw away my whole fucking storyline. I'm mad.
No, not really. I mean, there's more than one way to go about it. But I mean, the either way, it still ends up with how to build up Sami Zayn and give him that good rub. You know what I mean? Yeah, so
exactly. And I think this will be a good way. It's not going to be, nobody's going to call this from like months away, I don't think, for Sami Zayn to win the Royal Rumble. Because a lot of people are predicting Big E, and that's not a bad pick either.
Big E versus Roman. It depends on how they book them between now and then. So we'll have to see. I mean, as long as it's not like, I don't know. Maybe it's Seth Rollins. Who knows? I don't know how they would do it. It'd be a heel versus a heel. Maybe it's Daniel Bryan. Hopefully it's Daniel Bryan.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be mad at that.
I wouldn't be mad at that either.
Yeah. I mean, Sami Zayn will be awesome too. I'm not against Sami.
Yeah.
As long as it's somebody new and not somebody predictable.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like hopefully it's not like Randy Orton or somebody. You know what I mean?
I would roll my eyes.
So hard. But I was gonna say
getting over Dolph Ziggler, but you know what? I'll save all that shit.
Man, hey, Dolph Ziggler, I think that's the okay, I'll put it like this. Because I know we got to get to these lists, especially me, because I actually I've been trying to charge my phone here. I'm on a low battery. But what's it called? I would say that he deserves one more big time like angle for that championship, because everything he's done, he's just more or less just playing the part of convincing contender that's going to help this guy's reign look believable. But he's never really been in a position where people actually believe that he could actually walk away the champion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even the night that he cashed in the Money in the Bank, I heard that the only reason they did it was because they were still in I forgot which city they were in from the night before from WrestleMania, but it was the Raw after Mania, and they were like, "Fuck it, let's just do it just so we can get it over with." But they did it knowing that they weren't going to get behind him fully about it. You know what I mean? Which I'm like, dude, that's totally fucked up. But then I'm like, I'm sure you guys didn't realize that he was going to have such a huge reception, you know what I mean, or reaction from the crowd because of it. But I mean, you've never really seen him actually get the belt. He's always like cashed in on the world heavyweight title, which for me is always been secondary when you look at it, because A, it came from WCW, and B, WWE is never going to allow the WCW title, regardless of what they try to rename it. It's always going to be secondary to the WWE title. You know what I mean? Yeah. So he's had a few chances with those, but he's never held the new belts. Yeah. I wouldn't be mad. Like that dude's a natural heel. I wish he played a little bit less of the whole "it should have been me" and all that shit, because now it makes him look super desperate and like, okay, bro, maybe you need to hang up the boots, even though he shouldn't. He needs something new. I do like what he's doing with Bobby Roode, but like I said, if he actually got a fair shot at an actual like title win, and people can get behind him believably, I mean, his best shot would be to win a Royal Rumble, I believe. I mean, that's the only thing he hasn't done at this point, so and just the way they would build him. I mean, if they had him, I don't necessarily want to see them redo the whole Shawn Michaels enter at number one thing, but I mean, I guess if they're gonna freaking flex so hard on him being like HBK, it doesn't hurt to try. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to fix him, but like I said, I think it'd be pretty interesting if he ever got the opportunity. But you want to get into these lists, sir?
All right, yeah. I'm sorry, brother, but let's get into the main event of this, right? We have a list, right?
And I believe you said it was top 10 of the decade.
Yep. So
and this is WWE exclusive only.
Yeah.
So we didn't because he asked me about it, and I said, to be honest, if it wasn't just WWE guys or people in the company, I mean, it's going to be way too hard for me to lock it down just at 10, and then let alone try to number them. Like, oh God. But so basically he said from, cause obviously it wouldn't make sense to do from 2010 to 2020, with 2020 still, shaping up. So we did 2009 to 2019.
Yep. I think that's a fair time period.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, 100%. I mean, but yeah, he basically challenged me to come up with our personal top 10 of the decade.
Yep.
And it was based on, I believe, we agreed it was like our own sort of criteria. I did reach out to you to figure out what it was, because I was like, are we going full? And that was funny about it, because you're like, it's a little bit more laid back. So I'm like, all right, cool, because I don't want people being all like technical on my shit.
Well, here's the thing, man. I'm a firm believer in everybody's got their own goddamn opinions, right? If you don't fucking like my opinion, or if you don't like Quincy Jones's opinions, go fly a kite. Because this is our thing. We can be adults.
I hope you have fun too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, shit. Your idea of fun. If you like Jinder Mahal and you find him number one on your list, look, it's okay to be wrong. Don't bring that to the table.
But what's more important is it's your list.
Exactly. Exactly. So it's your list, and like I said, it's okay to be wrong. You know what I mean? This means you got to do a little more research before you start opening your mouth.
You need just a little bit more evidence before you can make me a believer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly. You got to work just that much harder. You have to basically.
You gotta. In fact, you have to work as hard as Jinder did to make me believe, and he still didn't. So
Yeah,
uh,
exactly. Exactly. And if you're like Eddie Nigma and you want to say that Charlotte carried Becky Lynch and that
oh no,
and
oh blasphemous.
and no, Charlotte carried Becky Lynch, Bobby Roode is boring, but Dolph Ziggler is a worthy contender, then okay, by all means, you can sit there and take your wrong opinions and shove them straight up your ass. I'm just kidding. I got love.
You're entitled to your list, though. You're definitely
entitled to your list. You're entitled to be wrong, quite frankly. That's what the main thing I'm trying to say here. But no, man. Shout out to Eddie Nigma. Got nothing but love for the man.
shout out to Nigma, man. Definitely.
Yeah.
I'm interested to hear who his list is. I hope he makes one too.
Yeah, no, we did it's funny because I referenced this list. We talked about 25 because at first we started off with a top 10 list of wrestlers of all time, then we went to 25.
Ooh.
So man, of all time, god damn, that was quite the podcast. Dude, we went on so long, I ran out of memory on my damn phone or on my laptop. Oh, fuck! So we still gotta record his number one. But dude, you wouldn't believe, dude. I'm still at a loss for words for this. When he got me at his number one, he said number one. I thought I knew exactly who he was talking about. And then what does he tell me with? He surprises me with Dolph Ziggler is my number one top 25 of all time. I'm like, motherfucker.
Out of all 25? Oh,
yeah.
no.
Yeah. And then he said, I got you. Oh, man. I was so mad. Oh, I was fucking. I never thought I'd ever be so mad in my life. Yo, I get it. It's your list, but man, how can you be so wrong?
So so that means I better not tell you about how R-Truth is on this list, huh?
Oh, I don't care about R-Truth. I like.
No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
Hey,
well, but Matt Riddle though, I got Matt Riddle on here.
Yo, Jimmy.
Oh man.
All right, Matt Riddle's more offensive than Dolph Ziggler to me. So, go ahead.
Oh man.
No.
So let me see. I guess I'll start at. I mean, I didn't really number these.
Right. So here's how we'll do it. I'm sorry, not to cut you off. So here's how we're gonna do it. This is how we always do it. So first you say your number 10, then I say my number 10. You say your number 9, then I say my number 9. You say number 8, and vice versa.
Okay. I'm gonna try to figure out the numbers, but I have an idea. I couldn't tell you who my number one is.
Well,
I can tell you who my number one is.
All right, for sure. I mean, if you want, dude, like it doesn't have to go in any order, so you could just.
No. I like this challenge, so because it's gonna make me really think about this. So. All
right, for sure.
So, do you want to start it off?
All right, number 10 for me. All right, this is a controversial opinion, given everything, right? Actually, look, just to give you some more time, we'll do some honorable mentions. So I got 3 honorable mentions that I do want to talk about that I don't add to this list for different reasons, right? So number 1, I think this is the obvious one, Christian. You know, everybody knows I'm a super fan of Christian. I think.
No, yeah, I figured he was on the list for sure.
Yeah, but I do disqualify him because, well, he got injured in 2013. You know, and he didn't really okay, he came into WWE back into 2009, right? And he played the role of grooming the top guys, you know, guys like Swagger, guys like Zack Ryder, you know what I mean? And he played ECW's version of John Cena because he held that ECW title for so long. You know, and then in 2011, he was given his main event run and stuff with the world title and all that. The reason I disqualify him was because, I mean, he was concussed and forced to retire early. He wasn't here the whole decade. So I think it's fair to, you know, disqualify him for that reason because, well, he wasn't actively competing anywhere else either. So, you know, as much as I love the guy, you know, it sucks, but I'm gonna take him off the list only because of that. And like, you know, it was very unclear for about a couple of years whether he was retired or not. I really, man, I wish the guy had had a retirement.
he never really formally like came out and said it either.
Yeah, he like slipped it on a podcast talking about Tyler Breeze, and I was like, wow. It it makes me wish that, you know what I mean? I wish I had seen like some sort of retirement speech from, you know what I mean? Give him something. But I mean, listen, man, the man has had great matches with Randy Orton. As much as I hated that SmackDown finish, I gotta say that was still a beautiful finish in terms of wrestling in general. The way Christian sold that RKO was freaking awesome. There's a reason I have that on the Doc Lesnar Rest in Paradise music video. Shout out to Doc Lesnar, by the way. But
that guy's all right. He cool, I guess.
Yeah, he's all right. But yeah, so he's the first honorable mention I got. Right, the second honorable mention, and this is a man who paved the way for wrestling, also disqualified for the same reason. He pretty much left the wrestling industry. Is CM Punk. You know, you look back at the body of work that this man had, the pipe bomb in 2011, the matches he had. Hell, I even remember putting Royal Rumble 2014 on my top 10 Royal Rumble matches list with Eddie Nigma. And man, I remember saying, like, you know, if that was CM Punk's last match ever, you know, then I'm all right with that, because, you know, unfortunately, you know, I wish it was a straight up singles match that would have been his last, but whatever, I'm still good with it. I still like the match, you know, and I still liked everything he did, and I'm still very, like, dude, to think that man worked with a staph infection, you could see it in his face. The man looked sick in that match, and he still put on a good performance in there. Like, you know, God bless CM Punk, but it's unfortunate because he walked out on us so early that, like, you know, it's only what could have been with 2015, 2016, 17, 18. List goes on, you know. And then the last one, and this is only because the man didn't he returned to WWE in 2011, and that's The Rock. And he only worked with about 4 people in WWE, which was The Miz, Truth, John Cena, and CM Punk. You know, did he bring in eyes? Yes, he brought in money, and he had some good matches. I personally enjoyed his promos, and I enjoyed his stuff, but I would have liked to see longer. So
yeah, and I think even after that, he only worked one other time against what, like the Wyatt family or Eric Rowan.
Yeah. So, you know, like, it's a
I was able to get these numbers down, by the way.
You got it?
I got it.
For sure. All right, so I did enough stalling.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
It's just funny because, like, you did talk about one of my picks, so I was like, well, I'm including them anyways. I was like,
hey, dude, it's your list. I only took.
Hey, I don't care if I'm wrong. It's my list, okay?
Hey, nah, dude, you're one of the rare people who can tell me straight up to my face, Jinder Mahal is number 1, and you'll still be right, in my opinion.
Let it be a surprise. You're killing kayfabe, bro.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're gonna be wrong anyway. Okay. By the way, just letting you know now, you can add women's wrestlers if you want.
No, I did have one up there, but yeah, I had to under again, like, my own criteria. I was like, well, it's not consistent enough for me to, you know what I mean? So, but yeah. I digress. That was my own criteria, but so yeah, open it up. What was your number 10?
Number 10. All right, he's Mr. Part-Timer. It's controversial, but he has been considered a greatest of all time for good reasons. Brock Lesnar. All right. Listen, I know the second half of the year he's been doing Suplex City and just suplex. Now I'm Paul Heyman. But I mean, dude, there's an aura about this guy. You know, I remember when he came back to WWE in 2012. Like I fucking watched him. I was like, this man is a scary motherfucker. Before he lost to John Cena, but and even that match, you watch that match. That match was fucking brutal. The fucking way he made Cena look like he was about to die. And then you look back at the other matches. The Randy Orton match in 2016 when he opened him up.
See, like, that's one of the ones I hated. Is that because I had so much high expectations for that match, and then I was so mad how short and how like I was, and then to hear that was always the plan. I'm like, that was always the plan. I'm like, you guys are gonna cheat people out of money like that. I'm like, that sucks, dude. Like,
that's funny. I had low expectations for that match.
Well, the reason why is because those are two guys you've never seen touch.
Yeah.
Out of everyone that came out of that same era, and I'm talking about John Cena, Dave Bautista, Brock Lesnar, and Randy Orton. Those four came out at the same exact time, and you've seen them all battle each other, except you've never seen Randy Orton and Brock Lesnar. You've seen Brock Lesnar and John Cena. You've seen Dave Bautista and John Cena. You've seen Randy and Dave Bautista going together against each other. But that's why, for me, that's why the interest was there. But that's why I was like, dude, we waited all this time, and then you got Randy, who's a badass now. You know, he's not young Randy anymore. You got Brock, who came back as a badass. I'm like, this is gonna be nice. And then it just got ruined, dude. But But let me let you in on a secret.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
you
my number 10
that night, weren't you?
Say it again.
I correct me if I'm wrong, but that took place in the Honda Center, no?
Him and no.
No?
Are you talking about Randy and Brock?
Yeah, SummerSlam.
I don't think so, because the Honda Center, they haven't hosted a pay-per-view in so long because it only seats.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it only because they're big time now. They only like to do these big time, these big seater stadiums and arenas. Yeah. So because they only seat 17,000, depending on how big the setup is.
Got it. My bad.
No, you're all good, dude.
Correcting me on.
But so crazy enough, my number 10 is Brock Lesnar. But he is I told you off air that I had a few tie picks. Two people that were tied. So I had him tied with somebody else on this list. So for my number 10, I have Brock Lesnar, and he is also tied and sharing the 10th spot with The Undertaker.
Really?
And this is why. These guys both had the same sort of 10 years. And you said it perfectly, and that's why I was like, I'm gonna say that. I was like in my head, I'm like, I'm gonna be bringing up these same points. So let me stop him real quick. So Brock comes back 2012. Taker's been there on and off. Taker's had the streak, and he was doing well until he ran into Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar was doing well. Great match with John Cena's, the Seth Rollins triple threat matches with Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns, triple threats with John Cena and Seth Rollins, the matches with Triple H. He was doing some pretty good stuff. Especially, it's not easy for a guy to come back and still have that appeal like you were talking about and being a monster. Yeah. And then, during that time, you had Undertaker was lining up guys like he went against. He had Shawn Michaels twice in a row, Triple H twice in a row. He had CM Punk. Then he's meeting his way up to Brock Lesnar. They had a bang out match, and Brock Lesnar, of course, took the streak. But then everything they've done after that has been subpar to me. Yeah. I can sit here and say Brock has helped. People would say, what do you mean? He's been in the ring with younger guys. I'm like, you mean how he squashed Ricochet, how he squashed Kofi Kingston, how he squashed AJ Styles, how he squashed Daniel Bryan. He didn't do anything for these guys.
Daniel Bryan?
I mean, he was in the ring with them for what, 5 minutes?
But Daniel Bryan almost made him tap.
No, to me, the only person that almost made him tap is Samoa Joe. He's the only guy. to me that got the closest to ever showing that he could have beat the monster, and that's at least as someone whose name isn't Seth Rollins or Roman Reigns.
That's a rematch I want to see.
Dude, I'm surprised they haven't revisited that. Yeah, I mean, so for the same reason, you got Undertaker on the other flip side. You had, the short match with John Cena at WrestleMania, which that's not really a match. You know what I mean? He beat Bray Wyatt when Bray Wyatt should have won. That whole new face of fear thing. He kind of buried him. I mean, he had he had the terrible match with Roman Reigns where he got obliterated, and if you watch the documentary, he himself was not proud of that match.
Mm-hmm.
He had the match with Goldberg. He had the tag match in Saudi. So his last rash of matches in these last 5 years have not been great. So that's why they did put up great numbers in the first half, as I would say, but they haven't delivered as much in the last part of the game. So that's why, to me, they're both iconic in their own right, and they both provided great moments when they did, have an impact during those 10 years. But that's why they got to share that 10 spot for me.
Yeah, and that's fine because, I have had my complaints about Brock Lesnar. You know what I mean? I'm not too big of a fan of the fact that I spent $200 goddamn dollars, and then I lost, and then I watched Kofi Kingston lose in 9 seconds. That pissed me off.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah. So I still want my refund, by the way. Fuck.
Yeah.
Listen,
You hear that,
huh?
Hey. Oh no, I said, you hear that, Brock?
Yeah. You robbed me. But what's it called? That's why I'll say it on the air. But I mean, if I ever meet you in real life, I'll probably shake your hand and say thank you.
I'd shake your hand and say, sir, you owe me $200.
And then walk away. Yep. But what's it called? No, man. What's it called? But there were a lot of plethora of matches. Like I know some people may not like this coming from me, but I am under the minority who actually enjoyed Undertaker versus Brock Lesnar at SummerSlam 2015. I watched that match and I thought, man, these two, they looked good. I thought personally, what's it called? I like the back and forth watching Undertaker go through that damn table. I was just like, fuck, and still go. I wasn't a fan of the finish of that match because I thought, this should have been just a straight up match. No low blows needed. I like the AJ Styles match.
I mean that's I was gonna say, obviously that was the redeeming factor, and he was able to, seemingly at least until we see another match come up. I mean, it seems like he's finally retired and been able to walk away.
Yeah.
Which I give him credit for that, but again, he had the last 4 or 5 that were kind of bricks and misses, but not entirely his fault. It's just either his body gave up on him, or that shit. Every time they have a Saudi show, it's bad luck, bro. I see that shit. It's
Are we
crazy.
Talking Undertaker or Brock here?
I'm talking Taker.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go on.
But no, yeah, that's all I was gonna say. Sorry, I'm trying to charge my phone at the same time we're talking here because.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. It just I don't know if because it keeps vibrating, so I don't know if that's gonna show up on the audio. So if you hear it, that's what's going on.
Okay.
I'm just trying to keep it professional. Sorry.
Absolutely.
But who do you have as your number 9, sir?
Okay, so my number 9. This is an interesting pick. He came into WWE late, but he had a hell of a career all around the world. And I was going to talk about this as well, because he's made an impact in TNA, no pun intended. He's made an impact everywhere he's gone, really. Ring of Honor, New Japan, and this man is AJ Styles. I think, dude, when he came to WWE in 2015, right? Or 2016, what year was it that he debuted at the Royal Rumble 2016?
I believe it was either 15 or 16.
Okay, well, my mind is slipping. Oh, wait, it was 2016 because 2015 was when Roman won the Royal Rumble and everybody was mad. Yeah, okay. 2016. he came back, or he came to the WWE. Everybody was going fucking crazy. I remember that, myself included. I remember watching that. I was like, I was with Josh Munn, Jordan the Wrestling Fanatic, David Capone, Sammy, Crime Prince. Now, if you people don't know who I'm talking about here, this is all PLK alumni. So, what's it called? I remember watching that. Man, we all just went nuts that day. And then like everybody was going crazy. The fans were going crazy to everything he was doing. Then he has this awesome feud with Jericho, a good flurry of matches. I won't say awesome, but good flurry of matches, right? And then after that, we see him feud with John Cena, and then man, do him and John Cena have chemistry for days? You know what I mean? This is partly the reason why I feel like John Cena is the greatest of all time because goddamn, man, he sat there like two completely different styles and they made it work. And AJ Styles, man, like shit, he's conquered so many odds now. He's had that he had that feud with Roman Reigns back in 2016. And
Yeah, I was gonna say I remember him. He had the matches with Roman Reigns before he ended up going with Cena.
yeah,
Which those, I mean, yeah, I mean, it surprises me that he'd be so low on your list, sir. But I mean, yeah, I agree. He's on my list as well. But you know, we appreciate him on this side.
Fair enough. But then again, you have Jinder Mahal on your list, so
I actually definitely do not. But
okay.
My number 9
All
is
right,
another. My number 9 is another tie. And the reason why it had to be a tie is it was really hard to not put. I couldn't put one and not put the other. But they have one thing in common, and it's NXT. Okay. And look, I know people are gonna be like, they weren't there the entire 10 years, but look at the amount of body of work these two have put together within the last 3 to 5 or 1 5 1 3. You know what I mean? As far as the amount of time that they spend in NXT, and that's Johnny Gargano and Adam Cole. Okay. I mean, I can't find a bad match from either one of these guys. The amount of content they produce for NXT and takeovers is just countless. I mean, there's so many matches I can go to. And then that's another thing is crazy because, you know, both these guys are well decorated way before their time in WWE. But I can only, you know, refer maybe a few matches of theirs, like probably a little bit from Adam Cole and ROH. I mean, I've known of Gargano, but I couldn't have pinpointed any specific match besides the fact that I've seen him in PWG and Evolve plenty of times. But man, as soon as they came into NXT and got the ball rolling, these guys were making NXT the place to watch. Every takeover, they would hit it out the park, no matter who they were in the ring with. I mean, Johnny versus Andrade, Johnny versus Ciampa, Johnny versus Adam, Johnny in freaking ladder matches, him with DIY. And then Adam Cole, I mean, every time he has a match, it's must watch, you know. And it's again created great moment. Him versus Aleister Black in Philly, Extreme Rules was insane. Him in the ladder match for the North American Championship, him being a tag team, like I mean, it'd be a cheat just to bring up all of Undisputed Era, but I figured at least giving two of the greatest that have put so much into it. I mean, it's not taking anything away from anybody else in NXT, but when I think of the last 10 years between now and, you know, I guess in this case, 2019, and the amount of matches that I can remember as far as, because, you know, I do end of the year awards, and a lot of times NXT will find a lot of their matches on my ballot because the main roster did not deliver, you know, and these guys do. And so, I mean, there's been also times where both these guys were on the ballot for Superstar of the Year, Wrestler of the Year, you know, and they proved it. You know, Adam Cole, I think last year got number 1 in the PW 100 or 400, whatever. I forgot what the fuck it is, but you know what I mean? 500? I think it is 500. Fuck it, just make it 6. But I can't deny them. That's why they got number 9. I had to give him some credit. Everyone's like, "Oh, they're developmental." I'm like, "Well, the developmental is outperforming the professionals, so they need to take note and stop bitching about it like the Bella Twins, just because they don't care about women's wrestling on the main roster, and these women are out working y'all asses on NXT." I'm just saying. Sorry, but I digress. Number 8 for you, sir.
Number 8. That actually reminds me. Next month, I'm going to be starting the preliminaries for the year-end awards for the PLK year-end awards. Just wanted to give a little plug for that. We're bringing that back. We didn't run it back last year, but we're gonna run it back this year. So
much wrestling this year, so
yeah, exactly. All right, number 8 from me, man. This guy, I look, man. He is a little bit high. I'm surprised I even have him on this list given everything he's done. But again, this is personal entertainment. Which for my criteria, my personal enjoyment of watching him far overruled how much of a role he had in the big picture of WWE. But that's Shinsuke Nakamura. Of course, yeah. Unfortunately, he didn't have much of a role, after WrestleMania 33, but he most certainly did have a good role in terms of just played a damn good character. He ruled all of 2016 when he came to WWE. NXT Takeover Dallas. That's all anybody was talking about. Shinsuke Nakamura. This is the guy everybody wanted to see. This is the guy everybody and their mother wanted to be. But man, did we love this guy? I mean, that match, all of his matches in NXT, his match with Bobby Roode, his match with his 2 matches with Bobby Roode, actually, his matches with Samoa Joe.
I was about to say, yeah, he had I remember that steel cage match he had against Samoa Joe for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, he his NXT resume was on fire. Yeah.
Yep. You know what I mean? And it's a shame that didn't translate onto
Well, the thing is because at the time, I blame this at the time. I don't think NXT was as popular as it is now in terms of how many viewers, but it was on the rise, right? Because it was a lot of smart fans who, you have fans who are WWE exclusive, meaning they're like the younger fans who don't watch anything outside of WWE. Mm-hmm. And then you have the people who keep their eye on stuff outside of it because professional wrestling is everywhere. And you get excited. You know where Shinsuke is from. You know what he brings to the table. You've seen his stuff, So I think because the smart fans are a minority as opposed to the majority of who they cater to, which is the young fans like I'm talking about, the ones who only immerse themselves in WWE, that's where it kind of hurt because Vince doesn't see the crossover appeal, which equals dollar signs for him. And again, Mr. I want to, speak English or, work on the accent. He's always a dick about that stuff. But you can't watch his reel from NXT and tell me that he wasn't ready to be the next top. Because that's the thing, too, is a lot of people put a lot of stock in Shinsuke with hopes of him breaking that stereotype that they always do in WWE. Every time they have a top Japanese act, they'll either make him like Tajiri, which is like a comedy act, or, they'll have him just play a stereotype, or even in the case of, what's his name, Prince Albert, who came back as Tensai. He was a white guy that they made into a Japanese guy. You know what I mean? So, they don't have a good record when it comes to how they handle, great Japanese talent. I mean, you saw what happened with Hideo Itami or the former Kenta too, so people were a little worried, granted Hideo was plagued with injury, but yeah, Shinsuke was definitely, he was different. He was a different cat, man.
Yeah, he really was. And man, the thing I loved about Shinsuke is I mean, he, I guess you can say he did comedy in his matches, but he made it work to where it balanced him well enough so that it just seemed like mind games as a
Oh,
form of,
yeah. See, I would laugh because I'd be entertained, but it wasn't like, haha, I'm laughing at him, or
yeah.
he's like a clown. Like he would do things to show off. Yeah, he would do things to show off that you would laugh at. He would do a little dance. And you're like, dude, damn it, that swagger got me laughing, man. Like,
Yeah.
but that was part of his character. But yeah, like I mean, it's weird. Like I mean, he's been on kind of like that downward spiral since that whole AJ Styles stuff, and him hitting everybody in the balls, and I was just like, what do they do? They're like squandering this guy, man.
They
Like,
really, like, I don't know, man. I thought you couldn't have marginalized him more by having him lose to Jinder Mahal, and then you have him do that. Which, I mean, look,
yeah, he's good enough. He's good enough to beat John Cena one week and then loses the Jinder Mahal another week. Like, yeah.
You just can't do that. Like, you just basically put Jinder Mahal over John Cena. I don't know why you would do
Yeah,
that.
I mean, but then again, they had Randy Orton lose to Jinder Mahal, so you know. But my number 8, because it's interesting. We didn't really have rules for this. I mean, not like I'm cheating or anything, but I actually have a tag team.
You throwing shade? Just
Say it again.
You throwing shade?
No, there's no shade being thrown out. I'm just saying because before you said, oh yeah, you could we could have picked the women's wrestlers. I'm like, yeah, and I'm like, but I picked the tag team too, so yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, I picked the tag team because my number 8 is actually the Revival. I know they're no longer in WWE, but when they were putting up bangers. Dude, like I'm sorry,
with American Alpha. That was
dude. Like I mean, the stuff they did in NXT was ridiculous, bro. Like, I'm biased because I'm a twin brother. Okay, so just by nature, I'm a tag team guy. You know what I mean? Tag teams appealed to me as a kid. Like when I was watching wrestling, got into wrestling. Yeah, I loved all the other characters of the Macho Mans and I not so much Hulk Hogan, but all these guys, the Undertakers and the Ultimate Warriors. But it was just the art of tag team wrestling that got me and my brother. We got a bond even stronger into it because it takes the bond of two guys being on the same track, and it's just it sucks when you're playing games and you're like, okay, I'm Batman, you're Robin. Like, no, ain't nobody want to be Robin. There needs to be two Batmans. You know what I mean? So it's like. You get to be both Batman and bring something cool to the table and be this cool team, So with the Revival, when I noticed the heavy decline on the focus of tag team wrestling.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I wasn't used to finding stories and being entertained about tag team wrestling so much during that time until FTR came. Or, I mean, I'm sorry, it's hard not to call him FTR, but the Revival. When they were, Dash and Scott Dawson. The way these guys moved, I mean, at first I was like, well, this isn't going to get over. That they're obviously trying to be old school. But then I thought about it. Another team did that, and that was the Young Bucks. And the Young Bucks, their first gig, they were dressed like the Rockers. You know what I mean? And everyone was like, oh, they're going old school. I don't know if that's going to get over. And they just like borrowed little things that you forgot about. Like, and with the Revival, and I make it short and sweet here, it's like, again, like, we referenced their matches with American Alpha, which is another great team in their own right. Them and Ciampa or DIY, Like, I mean, I can't watch like a match that they've had in NXT that was horrible. Like, I mean, when they would be on the card for NXT, I'm like, oh, hell yeah, fucking the Revivals, they're wrestling. I got to stay and watch this. I got to see what they did today. How did they stop this guy from catching the pin? How did they stop the hot tag? Like, oh, this guy went underneath the ring and pulled the guy off the other end. Like, who does that? No one's doing that right now. Yep. And, then all of a sudden you started seeing other teams start to borrow stuff from them, like the Usos that I noticed, on the main roster. And then all of a sudden people started having a little bit more fun with the actual tag team wrestling and telling stories. And dude, I mean, I just got to give them props. I mean, again, they're a tag team, so they are number 8. But yeah, man, the Revival.
What's your favorite? Oh, sorry.
But I was just gonna. No, my bad. I was just gonna say, yeah, just in terms of the criteria of who made me want to watch, and who kept making me want to watch, they're definitely up there, and that's the Revivals. But yeah, you're asking me, what's my favorite match from them?
Yeah.
My favorite match, I'll usually say this all the time. I believe it may have either been the 2 out of 3 falls match between
Oh,
them and DIY, but I believe it was when they were in Toronto, Takeover Toronto.
that's freaking cool. Okay, I
Yeah,
like
that
that
match.
match. That was a good one. My favorite match from them.
And and to be honest, it may have not even have been DIY. I think it was either been between
I
them and
think it
DIY or them and American Alpha, but definitely one of those for sure.
No, my favorite match from the Revival, man. Man, this was because I've never seen this before. It was really the spot alone that happened, but I mean, I'm sure there have been even better Revival matches, but it was a triple threat. I think ladder match with
Oh,
hashtag
with authors of pain, right?
yeah, and then there was this one spot that I just blew my mind. I freaking like, I don't know why, because I mean we've seen finishers get stolen all the time, but
Oh yeah, when they did each other's tag finishes, that was
yeah,
that was awesome.
yeah, and I've never seen a tag team like share finishers before. So I would see like Scott Dawson and I think Johnny Gargano do
The
the
DIY finish, yeah.
yeah, and then there's I'm gonna call him Dax Harwood because I can't remember. Oh, Dash
Yeah,
Wilder
yeah,
and
Dash Wilder.
Ciampa do the Shatter Machine. Oh my god, that was freaking awesome.
And yeah, but it's like what made me mad is like then they go to the main roster and then they got them doing this icy hot bullshit with the Usos, and I'm like, what
I
the
remember
fuck,
that. Like
you
the
know? So,
watch thing. Yeah, I didn't like that.
who you got for number 7, sir?
Let's see. So number 7, I shared this number with you, and I got Adam Cole, baby.
Oh, okay.
He comes in, man. He looking like a Shawn Michaels looking ass.
Yeah.
Jokingly, but I mean, they do have a resemblance. You know what I mean? Even the damn super kick, but
I mean, smaller guy
yeah,
in a land full of giants, but he's telling stories and giving these great performances in the ring. Yeah, absolutely.
yep. And the thing I like about Adam Cole, like man, he made. And by the way, it's okay to say McAfee, but he had a Pat McAfee, however you want to pronounce it. I don't care. He had a match with Pat McAfee, a celebrity match, and it actually was fun to watch, man. Like, you know what I mean? And that's credit that of course goes to Pat McAfee, however you want to pronounce it. But it also goes to Adam Cole for making it look so damn good.
Yeah,
You know what I
100%.
mean? And
Yeah.
like that was a fun match to watch.
There's only been very few people that have been able to, not make it look like it's a total fucking work. So yeah.
Yep. His War Games match was fucking fun. The very first one, by the way. And then
Yeah, I mean, see that's another thing too. It's because like you were talking about Impact and Adam Cole. Again, not to leave out his boys with the Undisputed Era, but they've all been a part of great different moments that they've been able to either to do like organically or like bring back, like say the War Games match. Like it's been awesome watching them work. Like I said, their body of work speaks for itself, man.
absolutely. And I think the one thing I want to talk about, this is probably my favorite Adam Cole match that I've seen. And that's saying something because there's been a lot of great ones, but there was an NXT takeover of SmackDown, right?
Oh,
And
I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
yeah, Daniel Bryan versus um
Adam Cole, baby.
Adam Cole, baby, and they had a banger of a match, right? A banger of a match, and like you know, what I mean, everything that just felt so fresh. And I watched the match from start to finish, which is very rare for me. But dude, the commentary wasn't obnoxious. The commentary was actually pretty good. Ironically enough, Pat McAfee, he was on the Patrick Starr, he was on commentary, calling the match with Renee Young, and I think it was not Aiden English, but Aiden English was part of that commentary, but it was actually Vic Joseph, I think, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
I forgot the third guy, but man, that was a fun match to watch.
Maybe was it Tom?
Oh yeah, it was Felipe. It's Chris Jericho's off.
I forgot about Felipe. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, Tom Phillips. Yeah, dude, that was probably like so much fun to watch them and like just think like, man, imagine them more loose on commentary. Like I'm not saying like you can't be scripted, but imagine if they weren't so micromanaged. How much better the
Yeah,
commentary.
you kind of see the difference in styles, from NXT and the main roster. To be honest, they kind of let him do more of that. And I mean, I bet it felt great for Daniel Bryan to be able to have that kind of. I mean, can you imagine like Daniel Bryan's like, yeah, I'll take a flipping pile driver. You're like, wait, what? No, we don't do pile drivers here. He's like, no, I'll take it. Like, no, Brian, you have neck problems. I said I'm gonna take the fucking move, and we're gonna sell this guy. Like, it's just like stuff like that where you're like, man, I never thought I'd ever see that move on freaking WWE TV. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh my
But
God.
you know what? I think it's my turn.
Sorry, go for it.
No, you're good. Number 7 for me. Shout out to Eddie Nigma, man. Because one thing we have in common is we're here to show the world. We're here to show the world.
No,
Oh yes.
you're not allowed on this show no more. No.
Oh yeah. Well, I better make this a banger. This is Dolph Ziggler, number 7.
Okay.
Look, man, Dolph Ziggler. Before Adam Cole, there was Dolph Ziggler, but he wasn't appreciated. Dolph Ziggler is like, I can't give you a bad match from like it's gotten to the point where it's plagued him now. It's a burden. It's a gift and a curse how good he is as far as being able to work with anybody. That he's now a utility guy that they can just put. It's like Kane used to be that guy. They used to put Kane in with anybody because then they knew Kane could just get the job done and it'll be a decent match and that's all they need. But it's like Dolph Ziggler, he's definitely capable of more. I just wish that he was one of those guys that I jumped on the train late. You know what I mean? I started appreciating him and what he was able to do, on the late side. But I mean, again, you put him anywhere, you input him into any segment, any match, and he delivers. I mean, how do you not, as far as being one of the best in the last 10 years, the best in WWE the last 10 years, he's got to be on that list. Yeah. Just in my opinion. I mean, whether he's putting guys over or he's getting put over, like, again, he's been top notch. I mean, he makes it believable. His selling's impeccable. Again, I just think, he gets overused but underappreciated or underutilized as well. You know what I mean? So sometimes, and he's not overexposed. Like, he's another guy that takes from a little bit from old school. You see a little bit of Billy Gunn in him, a little bit of obviously Shawn Michaels as well. Even a little bit of flair here and there. I mean, the guy he got to look, but like I said, I got to give him his flowers. He's definitely my number 7. He's definitely one of the best of the decade.
All right. Well, I mean, in that case, okay, I'll ease up because you're right. And look, for a time, I was a fan of Dolph Ziggler's. And look, and for what it's worth, I'll actually mention one match that I thought was really good. And it was a triple threat elimination match for the Intercontinental title. There's a rare match nobody really talks about. But it was Dolph Ziggler, Cesaro, and Tyson Kidd, all 3 in a triple threat elimination match. And man, they rocked the damn house. They had such a damn good match, man. And it makes me wish like WWE would have showcased both Tyson Kidd and Cesaro more. And like same with Dolph Ziggler, of course. And now with Dolph Ziggler, like I think like, him cashing in that Money in the Bank in 2013, good match. I remember the double turn match with Del Rio and Dolph Ziggler where Del Rio came in the babyface and then he ended up being the bad guy. And the people ended up ironically cheering Dolph Ziggler.
Yeah, halfway through the match, they split up on him.
Yeah, that was something. Then of course there's the 2014 Survivor Series match, but rarely do people talk about this. The 2012
and the thing is because they didn't have any follow through, man. Like they had they picked him to be the sole survivor, and then they just never, kind of got fully behind him, And I know it was. They used the whole match itself as a way to bring in Sting, but come on, man. Like, you need to, in a sense, have Sting come in and co-sign him too. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, but I digress. But yeah, like I said, I had to give him his flowers, man. But who do you have for number 6?
One more match actually. There was a 2012 Survivor Series match where he actually pinned Randy Orton clean, like off of a super kick. That was pretty cool.
Wow.
So, all right. With that
He
being
he must have had some respect back then with Randy. If he's like, yeah, I'll go. Yeah, that's cool.
yeah.
You know, Randy is shit. All he has to do is call you stupid in the ring once, and then you'll get Kofi Kingston. You know what I mean? You don't want.
Man, that was a good term. Number
But
6 for me.
yeah, number six, right?
Yeah, I got Becky Lynch.
All right, good. That's a good pick.
Man, I'll tell you something. I've told this story before, and I'll tell it again because it's my show. So back in 2013, I was falling out of wrestling. I really lost a lot of interest because there was just not much going on. And this is actually 2014 because I remember CM Punk had quit, and I didn't even know until like a month after. I remember Daniel Bryan was injured, so there really wasn't a lot for me to watch. Christian wasn't doing much either. He was off of TV. So I remember Jordan the Wrestling Fanatic was telling me about NXT. So I had this was back when it was a rarity to get the network for free, right? Because before they weren't giving it away for free for everybody. There wasn't a free version. But so I tune in, right? And there's this tag team match. Bayley, Becky Lynch up against Sasha Banks and Charlotte Flair, right? I didn't know any of these women, but the one I gravitated to the most was Becky Lynch. I see her match and I see her performance in the match. She didn't have a lot of time in the match, but the time that she did show, I was very impressed by it. I enjoyed watching her perform the things. I think the thing that I liked the most was she has this way of kicking out of a pin where instead of doing a regular typical kick out, she will, if her leg is not hooked, she will bridge under and she'll pull a Tajiri because I remember watching 2002. Tajiri actually did this more, but she'll go underneath the opponent, bridge out, and then stand up on her feet. It looked so freaking cool, right? Which then inspired me to do that in a match against Jamal a couple times, and it freaking looked cool, right? If I still have those videos, I'll upload them. But man, Becky Lynch, like that moment alone, I wanted to see her as a women's champion. I texted Jordan this, and he was like, "But her career just started. What are you talking about?" So, okay, I didn't know too much about her, but I knew I liked her, right? Years go on. I like her a lot. She gets caught up to the main roster. I love seeing what she's done. At this point, she's not doing much, right? But I still want to see more of her, and I was so worried. She was going to be one of those people that WWE would release annually because, there was a time where they were just releasing guys left and right. And so I was worried she was just going to fall under like a Tamina status. No disrespect to Tamina, by the way, but let's be honest. You know what I mean? She's like Alex Riley or Brodus Clay. Like these are people who didn't do much during that time. So I was worried that she would fall under that category. But 2016 rolls around, the draft comes around, she's well liked, she's well respected, she gets her momentum going, and she wins. She's the inaugural SmackDown Women's Champion. Going on from there, she gets her momentum robbed a little bit because, she had that thing where she was sick for like a month, and then she had a pull from a match from Alexa Bliss. Alexa Bliss gets some steam. And then, Becky, she eventually finds her momentum back, but not to like a year later, right? This is when she had the match with Charlotte Flair, and she had a banger of a match on SmackDown with Charlotte Flair. And that was the match, in my opinion, that kind of catapulted her momentum, allowed her to regain her confidence back. You know what I mean? I'm not saying she wasn't confident. I'm saying in terms of the momentum she was having, she regained her momentum fully, right? Um, and she beat Charlotte Flair clean in 2017, and then they had a match later on the next year. And that was a damn good match. And then they went on to have a good program down in SummerSlam where she started as a baby face turning heel to basically going back to a baby face. And
Yeah,
that's where and it's funny because like
crowd had they were like, nah, this is what we want to see.
yep. And it's funny because I remember hearing those chants and it reminded me of Eddie Guerrero, right? Um, and like Eddie Guerrero, man. You know, I don't like to compare because personally, I hate when people compare current wrestlers to older wrestlers. But for this sake, I will just because you know the chants were similar. But yeah, man, and just like I just think like how well liked she was and stuff, and you know, then she got to main event WrestleMania, right, with Charlotte Flair and Ronda Rousey. You know, that was a damn good match. I know a lot of people weren't too big a fan of the match. That's fine. You know what I mean?
It wasn't a match. I mean, well, it was more like because everybody wanted to see it as the singles match because everybody was tired of Charlotte always squeezing her way into a championship match somehow. And I think the only other complaint was the fact that, and many people speculate that Ronda Rousey will try to go into business for herself. Is that crucifix pin at the end wasn't 100% solid,
right? Something like that.
No, that was the finish. But if you notice, like Ronda Rousey made it a point to make sure that her shoulders were off the mat.
Oh, I
so
see.
people think that she did it on purpose to make Becky look bad because she didn't want to lose to Becky in real life. Because she was like already pissed off at her after all the trash talking, and
Really?
I don't know, man. It was a lot, but I mean, other than that, like I don't have any problems with the match. But yeah, I totally see what you're saying, man.
Wait, now let me ask.
The only reason I didn't put her on my list is because I felt like during the whole decade she really didn't get too popping or like started putting up matches consistently that we could watch back to back until like the last 3 years. So that was the only reason why I didn't have her on my list. But who is my number 6?
Wait. I had one question. Before you go.
Well, man, this is I'm just saying, man, it's just we're looking at 3 hours here already.
Oh, really? I'm sorry, but I just had a question. So did so the Ronda Rousey and Becky Lynch was there some real heat between them?
100%. That was absolutely real heat. Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't know. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, because that's around the time you got back into it. But yeah, there was absolutely real heat.
Wow.
I was at No Mercy where Ronda first had her match. I can't believe against who, or I can't remember against who, but she defended her Raw women's strap, and the crowd, she thought she was going to get a hometown welcome because she, even though she's not from LA, she stayed in LA like celebrities do when they fight for
the match with Charlotte Flair. Was that?
I forgot. It may have been. I think it was. Yeah, I think it was because it was supposed to be Becky Lynch, but she got. Yeah, that's what happened. She was supposed to, but she couldn't because Nia Jax broke her face. So Becky had to name someone to take her place to go up against Ronda. So she never got that one-on-one with her. But yeah, I think it was her and Charlotte. But yeah, like she got mad because like the crowd was booing the shit out of her, and she really got hurt over that. Like she's a mark, bro. Like, and I mean, hey, it because I don't know if you remember, she started putting out these videos where she was talking about like she'd be in the middle of getting her hair done or makeup done.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. I
know she was doing it to troll, you know what I mean? But she was all like, but there was times where she was tweeting on Twitter about how you guys are a bunch of assholes. You guys are, she would literally say this is just a predetermined fake sport, and you guys are talking. I hope you guys feel better about your fake shit, and she would actually say this shit on Twitter as a WWE signed athlete. You know what I mean? I'm like, yo, what the fuck?
Yeah. Okay. All right.
So there was a little bit of resentment.
Oh.
Even though I'm like, I'm sorry, this is wrestling.
Yeah.
It happens. Hey, either you're a good bad guy, You're a bad good guy. So whatever.
Yeah.
But my number 6.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Oh, my number 6 is Daniel Bryan.
Ooh, nice. Good pick.
Obviously, on and off with his career, but dude, he's put up so much points on the board from him just starting. I mean, he came in with a bang with Nexus, got fired, came back on Team WWE, even though Team WWE shouldn't have won that, and that was ridiculous, but I digress. But, from there, he went from, taking on like The Miz, United States title holder. He even had a whole little thing where he actually had the Bella Twins fighting for his attention at one point on screen. Way before he ended up dating one of them for reals. But, fast forward, he had some momentum with Sheamus. He had a few matches with Sheamus. They had the whole, that 14-second match they had at WrestleMania, which ultimately led to like the no movement, which led to the yes movement. He had, memorable moments with Kane. I mean, he's just done so much over his career, even if, it sucked that how he had to end his career, because what was great, he finally, he beat the odds with the Authority, beat Randy Orton and Batista and Triple H the whole night. I mean, I ain't got to recap everything he's done, but I mean, in terms of someone that's, an impact within those 10 years, someone that's, again, in my terminology, putting up points on the board within those 10 years. I mean, he's had every, I can't name a bad performance from Daniel Bryan. That's my number 6, man. I mean, definitely, I would have to. Like I said, I think he'd have to be on at least everybody's top 10 of the decade if we're talking specifically WWE and within that time period. But that's just me. That's my number 6
for sure. Okay, so number 5 for me. This is gonna be a hard sell, but let me work my way through it. Because believe me, I do not like this guy personally, but
Jinder Mahal.
No. This guy's story absolutely deserves to be on this list.
Redacted.
Fuck, that was a good one. But Edge, he retired early, right? We already know that story.
Yeah.
But he comes back in 2020, right? And I know I'm cheating a little bit because he comes back the year after 2019. But listen to me. He comes back to fight a motivational fight. He comes back to work a couple of good matches with Randy Orton. And man, I think like he absolutely should be on this list because there's not too many wrestlers who can come back from the injury that he had. I mean, just look at Sting, and
I was gonna say, didn't he got injured back in 2011?
2011,
Yeah, so like, dude, he was gone that whole 10 years, bro.
I know, and that's what I'm saying. I know I'm cheating a little bit, but I have to pick him because it's just, look, man, as a guy who has had his fair share of injuries thanks to goddamn wrestling and stuff.
Yeah, of course.
I know what it's like, man. I know what it's like. It's not easy to come back from stuff and going back into something you love and still making a hell of a thing out of it. Like, you know what I mean? And that's what I don't know. I admire it. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna add him.
I totally understand where you're coming from. I'm just teasing you because it's funny how because it's like, I remember them saying he was gone for 9 years. You're like, oh yeah, and it was like he was gone like right in the beginning of the decade. And I'm like, technically, the guy that did make the list, The Rock, wrestled more times than he did within that 10 years. I was like, that's hilarious though.
Fuck, I'm sorry.
No, but it's your list, bro.
Yeah. I'm only adding it for that reason, but like now, man, I probably fuck. This list going to hell now.
Really?
But it's all good.
Because I mean, like, who said those matches he had were good? I mean, Edge takes a whole 10 years off and has a banger with Randy Orton, so
Yeah, exactly. All right. So what's your number 5, man?
My number 5. Oh, I gotta go to my list. My number 5 is
good observation about The Rock.
the voice of the voiceless, Mr. CM Punk.
Okay, go for it.
I kept him on my list because before he did leave, I mean, his body of work is it's undeniable.
Yeah.
I mean, the stuff with The Undertaker, stuff with John Cena.
Yep.
I mean, he tried to help make Ryback, but he made that story very interesting. I mean, the stuff with him and Paul Heyman, the Money in the Bank stuff with John Cena, because he dealt with them before and after. I mean, this guy was on a hell of a run. You know what I mean? He was doing good business with a lot of good people, and having a lot of great matches. I mean, after a while, you can see his body was, breaking down on him, because there was he'd still have good matches, but you can see that where things weren't as crisp, or you know what I mean? He'd not necessarily phone something in, but he'd have to do something out of survival, out of necessity, to protect himself.
Yeah.
And you couldn't really fault him for that, because again, as fans, we also know signing up as fans, as they say, this ain't ballet, but to have the curtain be peeled back, and like you mentioned before, we're understanding what he's really working through and the type of stuff, like he's being misdiagnosed for shit by their doctors, and almost just, it kind of reminded you of like those evil sports movies where like a kid is like the star player, but then he gets hurt, and then the coach drags him into like a secret like sports like little office where there's like a guy with like a needle that's like, oh, don't worry, kid, we're gonna clean you right up, you'll be good as new. It's like, go out there, we don't really care about you, we just need that good leg that you're playing on so we can get this chance. Like it just seemed like that, you know what I mean? And that's why I don't get the hate for this man. I don't get the ridiculous slander for this guy. I mean, say what you want about the fighting stuff and the UFC stuff, you know what I mean? But I've seen so many people just call him a quitter and this and that, and a bitcher and a moaner. And like, I'm like, bro, you weren't on the road 300 days a week having to do promo and call, phoning in interviews and doing all the stuff we don't see him do on TV. You know what I mean? And carrying all that, and the fact that you're probably hurting constantly, you never really get a full night's sleep because you got to wake up and make sure you're at the airport before a certain time. Airport seating's never freaking comfortable. You're probably never properly healing. Like, there's just so much stuff that goes, like, so if this guy is mean or growls at you at 3 a.m. because he's gotten like less than 5 hours of sleep between the last 3 days trying to entertain everybody, I can understand if he just wants to grab his bag from baggage claim and go home, dude. Like, but it's when his body gives out and his mind is also quick to follow, in terms of knowing that this isn't for him anymore. And in his terms, he's saying, this doesn't make me happy anymore. Like, I got to go home because it's becoming toxic. And the more I'm wrestling in this toxic environment, my mind's just going to make this so toxic. I'm not going to want to do this anymore. So I can't help but respect him, dude. Like, so that's why it's weird that a lot of people like give him shit for that. But dude, he gave his whole entire self into wrestling. Yeah. And at times it didn't appreciate him back. But for what he gave, I got to appreciate him. Number 5, 100%. Phil Brooks, voice of the voiceless, Chick Magnet Punk, CM.
I wish he had gotten his WrestleMania main event, man.
I do too, but at this point, I think he is, if I'm him, I'm content knowing that everyone is still talking about the pipe bomb and knowing they have not successfully made a whole lot of new stars since I've left. Yeah. And I'm not, and not to be, come off as the bitter ex WWE guy, but you got to take solace in knowing that half the stuff that these people are trying to act like is not true, and what they sued him for in the podcast, it's like, it's evidence. It's backed up by the fact that they haven't been able to do a whole lot. It was the first real glimpse we got from a high-profile guy into how bullshit the creative process is. Yeah. And the fans really got a taste of the reason why these guys look like they don't know what the hell they're talking about on TV, and it's not them. It's they're being forced to say stuff that has and I think that was important. And you know, at the end of the day, he still leaves a mark, a legacy. People will always talk about the pipe bomb. So to be honest, that's much more important than any WrestleMania match or main event. I mean, he had the match with Taker, and you know that right there is like, I mean, shit, dude, that was a great match. They called that in the ring. That's awesome.
Man, dude, like CM Punk was. I think a lot of people who talk about CM Punk and are angry and talk about how he's overrated and stuff, I think they're just hurt over the fact that, you know, he walked out. And
Yeah,
of
some
course,
people do have that mentality, like they feel like he left them and their love for wrestling left with it almost, you know, like as if he turned on them and they feel a way about his decision. But I'm like, dude, this guy could have killed himself in the ring and no one would have known.
That's what a lot of people fail to understand. You know what I mean? It's a shame, but yeah.
Yeah, everyone, they're like, oh, but he's gonna go and bury them in a radio station. I'm like, dude, if I'm feeling kind of like, especially if they fired me on my wedding day, yeah, I'm feeling charged up, bro.
Yeah,
I got something I want to say. Fuck that.
yeah.
You know, especially if they fired me, I'm no longer under contract. Oh yeah, I'm gonna air some. I'm not gonna air out everything, but I'm airing out some dirty laundry. This is a pipe bomb number 2, but this is real. You know, like I don't know, like it kind of also shed the light on the fact that they don't always take good care of their guys. You know what I mean? This is a guy that for the better part of a year and a half carried their company
With a goddamn staph infection.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah. Well, so coming in at number 4, who you got, sir?
So I got your number 6, and that's Daniel Bryan.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Man, I stayed quiet because I knew I was gonna need to say something, but you said a lot of things I thought of. This guy was an underdog. You know what I mean? Like shit.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. Again, I'm not gonna compare, but this guy was an underdog. Nonetheless, like he did so much motivation that, like, you know what I mean? It inspired a lot of guys. It inspired WWE to have a lot of guys. It inspired WWE to hire a lot more smaller guys, so that way we can see more smaller guys as well. You know what I mean? He changed up the wrestling business so much. Same with CM Punk. You know, him and Punk, they paved that way. But you know what I mean? Brian, man, man, like, it's funny. I read his Audible book with or I listened to his audio book, and just hearing him talk about like all the stuff that he did, like, and how well, like, just how innocent this man is. It's crazy.
Are you talking about that? Yeah, like he, like for like, you know, no politics, just doing, like, busting his ass, right? Like, yeah.
Yep. It's just crazy. Like, I remember he had the balls to actually say this. I think that John Laurinaitis, if you ever read the book, he says, great read, by the way. He says, it's okay. I'll go to Ring of Honor and they'll hire me for more money. But he didn't mean it in a way of malice. He just said it like that. And like, Johnny just got quiet, like, okay. And like,
because he knew he was serious. He's like, oh shit, this kid really wants to wrestle. And you know what's funny is he actually, you know, when he came in with the Nexus and he got fired, like, you know, yeah, like what, he was fired for like a few weeks because he like pulled Justin Roberts' tie. You remember that?
Yeah. So
like, yeah, when Nexus debuted and they were destroying everything, they strictly told him not to do. I think they told him not to choke anybody, and he ended up pulling off his tie, and it was choking Justin Roberts. So he ended up getting fired because the sponsors to the network, they were like pissed off. But so they had to fire him, but they ended up bringing him back for Survivor Series. But I guess during that time he was fired, he was actually wrestling on the Indies.
Yeah, it's crazy because I remember seeing that when I was a kid, and I would think, like, the face that Justin Roberts was making, I was like, there's no way that's real, right? I thought they were just, like, I honestly thought, and then like, oh shit, Brian got fired off of that? I'm like,
yeah,
okay.
I was like, wow, like he just got here. I'm like, oh, damn.
Okay. But yeah, no, God bless Brian, and you know, he's another motivational story, man. Like, he he had to retire in 2016. Wow, it's crazy to believe. He had to retire in 2016 and he came back in 2017. It's only been a year, but it feels like he was retired for so much longer.
Wow.
And like,
Really?
yeah, and like, like crazy to believe that, right? And then I think back like how much he's done, how like much he's entertained, and all these good matches and stuff. Number 4, who you got, Mr. Quincy Jones?
Number 4, I have a man that is no longer in the WWE, but he actually just left in 2019, so he actually makes the cut. He's a man of many names.
Mm-hmm.
The code breaker, the master of the pain maker, the universe changer, the demigod, the Le Champion, Lionheart, Chris Jericho.
Okay.
This is a guy, I don't have to run down his accolades. Obviously, first Undisputed Champion. He beat The Rock and Stone Cold the same night, yada, yada. But since then, obviously, again, I don't have to, talk up too much his ability to transcend throughout the years and reinvent himself. He had several memorable feuds. Him and AJ, you mentioned earlier. Him and Ambrose was great as well. Him and CM Punk was great as well. Him and Shawn Michaels was great as well. Anybody he worked with, he did great work with. Him and Kevin Owens. Though I wasn't a fan of, him and Fandango having to work, he put him over. You know what I mean? So it's like, in terms of giving, and one of the things that I would always give him is he was underappreciated as a ring general, and in terms of a guy that knows psychology and knows what he's doing and should be taking control of the match when need be. I saw a match between him and Neville where Neville actually ended up breaking his ankle in the middle of the match, and they didn't know what to do. And you may have seen this where he ended up having to get himself DQ'd by the ref because the ref had no idea that he was hurt. And he had, he had to think quick on his feet. He played up to the crowd, did some heel shit, checked in with Neville, or, AKA Pac right now, and, did what he had to do. I'm like, dude, that was professional as hell. Yeah. Another time he was facing Jeff Hardy. Jeff Hardy went for the whisper in the wind. He saw from a distance that he was gonna slip and fall and get a sick ass, he was gonna land on his head. Jericho out of nowhere just rushed in behind him and saved him. And then they cleaned it up on commentary, but it's like, dude, like he definitely is safe with his guys, the people he's in the ring with. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to hold the crowd in his hand and control them. Again, when I really started getting late in the game, as far as appreciating who he was as a character, his character work and heel work and just stuff in the ring, I started watching him intently, and he was, doing his thing. So Jericho is my number 4.
Number 3, then, this is a man who has many names, many different things. He is the code breaker, the demigod, the pain maker.
That's hilarious.
Champion.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one that thought so.
I'm sorry. I loved your intro. I had to replicate it as best as I could.
Just one off. That's interesting though.
Yeah. Man, I think, dude, to add to you, like, this dude, he reinvented himself so many different ways. He's super safe. Like, He's very professional. He's literally a godsend to wrestling. You know what I mean?
And it doesn't hurt that some of his best stuff was when he was teaming up with Christian too, right?
Yep, it really doesn't.
Yeah, because those two they were cracking me up when they were doing that whole thing too. But like you said, he changes his character, but anytime he would change his character or reinvent himself, anyone he was like in a program with, he would make them feel that much more important.
Yep.
Which, a guy at his age still doing it as long as he's been, that's hard to still do. Yeah. And have it feel legit. So yeah, man. like I said, the great minds. I mean, like I said, one number off, but I definitely number 3 is a good spot for him. I thought I put him as number 4 because I thought people were gonna be like, oh, let me guess, you're an AEW guy, that's why he's number 3. I'm like, oh, great.
Nah, that had nothing to do with AEW. That's the thing. You guys go fly.
Yeah, they're so quick to hate, man.
Yeah, I mean, shit. I've never seen an episode of AEW yet, but actually, that's not true. I've seen 2 episodes so far. But listen, like, you know what I mean? We're not talking about AEW. We're talking about WWE strictly. So, and this dude is the epitome of professional. He's very safe. You know what I mean? All the things you said. He's good at reinventing himself. The list. You're going to get it. All those things. You know what I mean? I think probably one thing I wanted to talk about, I almost forgot, but like one thing I almost forgot is like when he slipped, he had that program with Punk and he poured the fake.
Oh, yeah, the beer and he slipped on. Yeah, I remember that.
And he still made it look like a damn drop kick. Like that was pretty cool. Man, like you see like how well he works in the ring with others. He knows just how to control the fans. Oh man, there's so many things that's so good about Jericho, man. That like, you know, like, and like I said, he's a literal guy who reinvented himself. Because I remember in 2015, the man was coming back literally to do what? Like he's the Eminem of wrestling. He will.
Was that when he came back and he was like not speaking?
That was in 2012.
Oh, okay, I remember that one too.
Yeah,
because I was like, what is he doing? And he's just like, but yeah, he got the scarf over. He had like the Bon Jovi haircut. He had the stuff he was doing with Kevin Owens, not even just fighting against him, but the skits they had with the list of Jericho, like you said. Yeah. I mean, like, you know, dude, like if he made you want to watch him, I mean, come on.
He literally knows how to adapt to anything, like any situation.
Yeah.
Damn, I love Jericho for that. And like, you know, like talking about his stuff with Kenny Omega, for example, like how different he was from there compared to his match with Jericho. It's crazy to me. You know what I mean? It's crazy to think his last appearance in WWE was at the greatest Royal Rumble since sliced bread.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah. I forgot. That was like a real special thing that he did real quick. Yeah.
Yeah.
But let me see. Number 3. I cheated for number 3, okay? But you'll see why. You'll see why I cheated.
Okay.
Number 3, The Shield.
Oh, motherfucker. Really?
Well,
okay.
Well, this is why. Because The Shield, when they came in, they were hot. Anytime they were in a match, you were watching that shit. They started collecting wins and collecting bodies and trophies and championships, and you were just like, yo, who is going to stop these guys? Nobody.
Yeah.
Eventually, I mean, they even went through, dude, Evolution had to come back and reunite just so they can lose.
And they,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you know, that's why I give the Shield credit, but then if I was going to be super duper cheating, I mean, one could say also Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins in their own right. Obviously, they've been putting up singles bangers.
I thought that's what you were gonna do.
When I think about it now, yeah, I mean, it does make sense. I mean, I wouldn't say the same about Dean Ambrose. I'd say more about Jon Moxley has put up more memorable matches that I remember that he put up in WWE, though he was there for like about 10 years or so. It's just the fact that, even Dean Ambrose, when he had the United States Championship, he never defended it that often. More times than not, he was just there as a manager for Seth Rollins and Roman to be a tag team as they won the titles too. But I mean, them as a Shield, like everybody wanted to see what they were doing. Everybody wanted to see them get stopped, or they were behind them on the flip side. They wanted to see them stop whoever was trying to stand in their way. Yeah. There were three new faces that were running through the division. They were, kicking ass, taking names, and I loved it. It got me into it. But again, if I'm gonna be a super duper cheater, again, here we go. But I'd have to give Roman his props too, because again, we mentioned him and AJ was great. Him and Cena were great. I mean, I'm not a fan too much of him and Brock wrestling as much.
That I wasn't a fan of.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it's I did enjoy what he was doing with Braun Strowman when they were building that program up, but I think that they built, they kind of killed that too much, so they had to keep them away from each other, and obviously Strowman didn't come out the other end better for it anyways. But
yeah,
I mean, Seth Rollins, of course, he went on to do great. I mean, even though he got booed out the building and they had to turn him into the Messiah now, I mean, dude, he was at one point when he was calling himself like Monday Night Rollins, he was proving that shit, dude. Like he had the 15, or I think he was in a whole hour gauntlet match or something like that.
yeah.
I mean, this guy was putting on like every Monday. If he was defending a title or having a match, you knew it was going to be entertaining. It actually reminded me of his run doing that on Raw. Reminded me of Daniel Bryan when he kept putting together a bunch of like great matches back to back, which made you like, oh, this guy keeps wrestling and throwing his all into these matches every week. Why aren't we putting the belt on this guy? Like, it started feeling like that, but I digress. The Shield in their own right, like I said, I felt like, I mean, however they want to interpret it, obviously the Shield has both those guys in there. So if I'm going to cheat, then I'm going to cheat that way. Number 3, the Shield.
Okay. You might not like my number 2, but I'm going to say it for this reason. He is the underappreciated workhorse of the WWE of the decade. And no, it's not Dolph Ziggler, but this is a man who's worked. He was fucking injured for a long time and still had the most matches in 2018. This is Dean Ambrose.
Oh, okay.
This motherfucker, right? He is as tough as fucking nails, right? He has literally been that guy for fucking 10 years. He sat there and was completely underpicked, undermined, underappreciated, and people criticized him for his character that wasn't his fault, but this was shit that he was made to do, and he still made it fucking work. And he still managed to make shit believable. Like, you would actually think this is the way this fucking guy is in real life.
It got you thinking, like, if I were to see him in real life, would I approach him, or is he going to be like on some weird shit? Like, I don't even want to upset this guy. Forget I even thought about this. Like, I definitely give you that point 100%.
Yeah. Not only that, but man, like, this dude worked the most matches in 2016, 2017, 2018. The facts are all there. Look him up. You know what I mean? And then in 2019, he left the WWE. He didn't resign after WrestleMania, but who gives a shit? He still fucking had so much, right? He has nothing to prove, right? He had that podcast with Jericho, and he enlightened a lot of people about what happened with that Stone Cold podcast, which is where I believe things fell off for him.
Yeah, that was like a setup for fail. And I don't blame Steve for any of it. Yeah, it's just, I mean, especially when you hear both sides of it, you get a much more clarity about it. Yeah. I mean, they gave him a run with the championship, which it was more than I could have seen for him in his future. Not that I didn't believe in him, but based on, like you said, him playing this character, I was like, okay, that must be all they see in him. Yeah. And and he kind of had the same thing going for a while that I said with Dolph, where he became one of those guys that you could throw him in there with anybody and he can he can have a great match. Yeah. But at the same time, it's like, which again, like you said, had the most matches in that year, obviously because they knew that he was the guy that can get it done. You know what I mean?
Yep. And he's the same guy. Also, another point, just to add this one in there, fucking Ambrose haters. This same fucking guy would work 2 matches a night when Roman was suspended.
Yeah.
They didn't have another fucking guy.
Bro, yeah.
He would step up, work 2 matches a night. Same city, same fucking venue, 2 matches a night. I don't know what more fucking proof you need.
I mean, he pretty much stepped up and carried the ball when even before then he had the suspension, but he also when he was out for that little bit of time with the surgery for the hernia, like Ambrose stepped up. He was the guy that was on TV almost every weekend or every week. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, like I give him his credit. I mean, I know I gave him, not as many accolades earlier when I was putting over the Shield, but that's because I feel like he's been putting together some of his best work outside of WWE where he wasn't, he didn't have to be locked in as this loony character, you know what I mean? Like he could actually like stretch his legs a little bit and show that he can actually wrestle and throw people with a butterfly suplex if he wanted to, instead of just running and jumping on a guy like this rabid dog. Like so like when they did give him chances to shine, absolutely I appreciated it. But there was times where I'm like, all right, you guys are painting him too much into a corner. You guys are, it's and then you remember how they treated him on the way out. They had him like going up against Nia Jax and that whole thing, and it's just like, come on, dude, like.
It annoys me to hear people say he's a sloppy wrestler. You know what I mean? There's a guy.
But how I answer that is that's how they made. Like I think he wrestled that way because that's how they represented him on TV.
Yes, and like it's if anything, it's just that's how he was supposed to be. And
I was like, they made him look like he wasn't a wrestling trained guy. That he was a guy that was just a loose cannon and at the drop of a dime can just like take you out.
Exactly.
Like, I mean, like Stone Cold comes in and starts throwing a bunch of haymakers and stomps. You ain't gonna be like, I don't know, he doesn't look as so scientific in the ring. That guy doesn't come off like a wrestler to me. Of course not, because he comes off like a brawler, like he wants to kick your ass. Yeah. Like, But I digress, man.
And if you don't believe me, look back at his match against Kofi Kingston in 2013 of Extreme Rules. That was very technically versed. Look at his FCW matches.
Oh, dude, his FCW stuff I loved. When he actually had a little feud going with William Regal. Oh man, you guys got to look that up. That was top notch stuff, man. Freaking A.
And so one last thing, I'll just say this and I'll put this to bed really quick because we got to go to bed soon. I'm tired, but never mind. I forgot. All right, number one. Number two.
Well, I still got my number two, sir.
Sorry.
He's trying to cheat me.
I'm sorry.
My number two. He's only been in the game about 4 years, but 3 if we're going only 2019. But ever since he walked into the game, he's been leaving such a phenomenal trail, if you will. Yeah. It's going to be AJ Styles, my number 2. Some people may say it's a little bit high in the top 10, but I don't know. I can't disagree because everything that they've given him, he's made gold, man. I was one of those guys that you talked about earlier. When I watched this guy walk out into the Royal Rumble, dude, it made me feel like I was freaking watching wrestling in high school again. And what? This guy showed up here? This is crazy. This is real. I followed AJ Styles a majority of his career from TNA to ROH to Japan. When he left Impact and he was only wrestling in Japan, I was really worried I wasn't going to be able to watch him anymore because I didn't know how to access New Japan. You know what I mean? And he was always one of my favorite guys to watch. Bottom line, like definitely always someone I included in my top 5 ever. So I always heard these rumors about him coming to WWE, but it's up like this. When I knew anything was possible when Kevin Owens showed up in WWE, because Kevin Owens was somebody, obviously Kevin Steen in Ring of Honor, but he used to parody John Cena's T-shirts for his own merch. He would switch it around. And then all of a sudden you see this guy is wrestling John Cena later, you know what I mean? So that's when I knew anything could happen, but I would have never thought a TNA guy through and through, AJ Styles would ever get his day. They say that they're every dog has his day. I didn't know if he would ever get his day in WWE. So I was one of those guys when I heard the reception, I was extremely excited for him. I was excited for the future. He did, he did have the whole thing with Jericho. I wasn't too much a fan of the Y2AJ thing. That was whatever to me, but I did enjoy that they did work together. His first WrestleMania. He did, he had the program with Shane that actually was way better than anybody gave him credit for. I enjoyed it a lot. Obviously, he had the matches with Roman Reigns we've talked about before, and obviously the great work with him and Cena. But even after that, everything he's done, being world champion, rebuilding, helping to rebuild the reputation of SmackDown. I mean, dude, I was just really happy that Vince saw what everyone else saw in him and took a chance. Because something tells me that match, that the two matches he had with AJ Styles, that was the test that he gave him. I feel like that's when he finally saw what everyone saw, what the big deal was about AJ Styles, so much that he gave him another match right after. And I mean, if you think about it, within his first year, he became world champion. You know, so I mean, I can't. This is a guy that's not a homegrown WWE guy, but has been afforded so many accolades already, and it's only been 3 years. You know what I mean? United States champion, Intercontinental champion, world champion, two-time world champion. You know what I mean? This guy, he's done a lot. Debuted at the Royal Rumble. I mean, and again, anytime you put him in there with somebody, it's phenomenal. And I mean, dude, whether that's a pun or not, it is what it is. It's true.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I can't, again, the only match that bothers me to this day is the one with him and Nakamura at WrestleMania. But other than that, dude, like, I really can't, I can't really think of any other one. He's been like I said, he turns everything they give him into gold. So he's been top notch. He's been carrying he's been proving his worth the last couple of years,
Yeah, absolutely. All
but
right.
I think, is there a drum roll in order for your number one?
Should there be?
Let me see. I don't know if that sounds like a drum, but I'm doing it.
Okay, my number one, Damian Sandow.
What? Are you serious? This can't be real. I give up.
Okay. Oh man, okay. See, if I had picked Retribution, I knew your ass wasn't gonna believe me.
I'm like, what have they done?
What's it called? But I'm glad I got you with Damian Sandow. Okay. Number one.
Okay.
Let me collect myself for a minute.
This
Number
time
one. Jinder Mahal. No, I'm playing with you. All right. No more stalling. All right, number one. In all seriousness, John Cena. All right. I mean,
I'm just gonna stop you and just let you know that was my number one as well. So anything you have to say, I have nothing left to say because I know you're gonna go over it all. So like I like, look, as much as I have a love-hate relationship with him, I can't deny him. I had to put I put like this. I definitely wasn't gonna put Randy Orton or Triple H on my top 10. So
Oh man, I'm still just. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm still recovering from the Damian Sandow. But okay, so John Cena, man.
John Cena.
We okay. What has there not been said from the very first time we talked about him when we talked about greatest of all time? Right? This dude is so adaptable to any style there is, right?
And if he's not, he at least tries. Because I'm just gonna say it. Stop trying to do the Hurricane Rana, man.
no more Hurricane Rana.
I be getting worried. I be thinking your blocky ass is gonna drop on your shoulders, man. And
I mean,
I can't take that. But I mean, and not to mention you're married now, man. You got a family to worry about, man. Don't be worrying us. But I digress. But no, you're right. He has adaptability.
Yeah.
Storytelling.
Work rate.
Yeah.
And like, honestly,
and he's no angel though. There's times where I won't be super sold on something he did, or I'm like, oh, he's doing that a little bit too much, but no one's asking for a perfectionist, but again, when it comes to work rate, consistency in those last 10 years that we're talking about, yeah, he's definitely, I'd say unmatched.
Yep. Now, shout out to Eddie Nigma. We talked about him one time when we were doing our 25 greatest wrestlers of all time. I said this about him, right? That I didn't say this with you, but there's a big difference between him and Hulk Hogan. Do you guys know what that difference is? Let me tell you what it is. Hulk Hogan was an act. John Cena was the real thing. He genuinely cared about people. You know what I mean? Just look at his track record with the Make-A-Wish and stuff like that. Just look at how many people, how many kids he inspired, how many people he inspired, man. Gotta love John Cena, man. Even though you might hate
I don't have to.
No. I'm saying
I'm just messing with you. No. He like, and obviously that's his outside the ring. I mean, again, nobody's perfect. Everybody has a bad day, because I've heard stories about John as well. But one thing that I would like to say is, obviously, like, you could tell that there's obviously some interest in doing what he does, or else he would. I mean, dude, anyone who's gonna sit there and do something that they hate, you know what I mean? And regardless of getting paid, for it, millions of dollars, I can imagine someone doing it for so long, especially as long as he's already still been doing it. Obviously he's doing the Hollywood thing now, but I mean, that just shows that he has an outlet to want to, entertain for people in other ways outside of wrestling. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like I said, there's some times where, he knows what he has to do in a match. Sometimes, for my taste, it may be a little bit too much, but for other people, maybe it's not for me. A lot of his followers at one point became a lot of the younger crowd. I fell in love with Cena when he was still trash talking and doing the rap thing before he was even like a good guy. He was like, being borderline racist, talking about giving Eddie Guerrero and Chavo Guerrero burritos and all this other stuff. And I'm like, oh, can he say that? Yo, this is like a battle rap. What's this about?
Yeah.
Obviously this is around like Eminem, when everyone's trying to be like a rapper or just loud and obnoxious and rude and try to you know what I mean? So when I saw that and he started going more full force with the rap thing, I was like, oh, okay, this appeals to me. I'm writing music at this time. I'm a music artist. Yeah. So this appeals to me. And I love wrestling. So I never thought that they would ever combine the two, And so I got into his work real early. I've seen it where it was, my age group that was into it, the younger crowd. Dude, I've had to actually I almost got into a fight one time booing John Cena, because the person in front of me, their kids were cheering for him. We were in back of them, and I'm with grown men. We're booing him. And then the guy, the little kid's drunk ass dad turns to me and he's like telling me, man, y'all should pick on somebody your own size. And I'm like, excuse me? Why are you booing when the kids are cheering? I'm like, bro, this is a wrestling show. I don't like him, so I'm going to boo him. This is for the kids. You need to pick on someone your own size. I'm like, this ain't got nothing to do with your kids, bro. Bro, the power of Cena is crazy, bro. That C Nation is like almost the Raider Nation, bro. They come in thick and they ain't playing, bro. They ain't playing. They wanted to come see me in the parking lot. I'm being real. I'm not even blowing this story out of proportion, bro. It was ridiculous. And you know what I was wearing? I had a referee shirt on, so I was with the shits. But point is, the fact that a guy like John Cena can make a child's father want to fight another fan just because of a difference of opinion, that's powerful, ain't it? I mean, shit. I mean, I can't name another time I've almost gotten in an altercation because we disagreed on who we're cheering for, But amongst all the jokes, he, again, my familiar analogy that I've been putting up is the fact that he's been putting points on the board. Obviously, 15, 16-time champion. I mean, I don't know where he goes from here, but he did put in a lot of work and lay down a lot of groundwork, so to speak, for a lot of new cats to come in. And I gotta give him credit too, because even later in his career, he was doing the United States Championship, Open Challenge. He was wrestling guys like Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens giving spotlights to different guys, you know what I mean? And he didn't have to do that. So, but yeah, it just shows that, like you said, different styles, even different generations, dude. He was able to mesh well with it. And, I know he gets a lot of shit with the whole golden shovel stuff and, all the politicking, which, I'm not going to say that he didn't have a hand in certain stuff. I think that's old Cena. When you're taught in the wrestling business, when you're in a really high position like that, you got to be kind of preserving and look out for yourself in certain ways. So, I mean, I get it, you know what I mean? But I think now in his older age where he's, desperately hoping to help out the younger generation so that he doesn't have to be there as much anymore, he can leave the keys to the castle to these new guys, So that's why I do enjoy seeing him pop up every now and again and still working with the young guys. And not overly being the focus of the show like we're so used to seeing him do for the last 15 years. So, but yeah, I got to give him his credit. John Cena number one. Love him or hate him. He helps makes the stars, man. He does what he does. He helps make the machine run. So
yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm absolutely with you. No, man. Gotta love John Cena. Everything he's done, man. Everything he's done for the business. Yeah, man. I can't hate him at all. Yeah.
I mean, it's easy for a lot of other people too. And I'll admit I was one of the Cena sucks guys for a while because I just wanted to see something new. But you have to realize he wanted that as much as we did. They just couldn't. WWE just wasn't. They weren't doing their job to rely on making new stars or put the responsibility on the shoulders of these supposed new stars they were trying to make. But Cena's the GOAT, man. As far as this generation, he's the GOAT. I'd have to say that. I mean, I can't really take away his accolades. I mean, someone asked me, they asked me, is John Cena like the wrestling version of Kobe or LeBron? I'm like, probably more definitely LeBron.
Yeah, honestly, now listen, I'll be honest. I don't know too much about basketball, so I can't tell you. I can't tell you, but
just know that I'm right, Eddie, and you just know that I got your best interest at heart. That's all. That's all you need to be worried about. All right.
I'm with you.
No, but yeah, that was the top 10 of the decade, though, man. That was we had some really great lists. I mean, granted, we had some weird moments with Damian Sandow and the Retribution coming in, but I mean, other than that, yeah, pretty solid, pretty solid. I wasn't surprised that we had a lot of the same ones, but
yeah,
I know you were surprised that I didn't have Jinder Mahal, right? So it worked out.
I'm actually elated that you didn't have
You and me both. You and me both. I'd be a little bit worried about myself. I might have to check myself into, a local medical facility. We don't say hospital on screen. We say local medical facility. So yeah, that's just. But yeah, man, that was top 10 of the decade. I encourage you guys, the listeners, maybe put together your top 10. Let us know if there was somebody on your list that we didn't name. And again, WWE exclusive. So I don't want to hear Okada or Kenny Omega. No, I don't want to hear any of that. That's a whole nother list for a whole nother day.
Deal with it.
Yeah, but yeah, I had fun, man. I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah.
This was, I mean, again, this is probably obviously the record-breaking longest episode we've had in the trilogy. Hey. But the trilogy had to feel special, goddammit. So this is where we're at.
I'm good with it. I'm good with it. Shit, we talked about plenty of things.
Yeah, no, yeah, I was able to air a lot of stuff out. I mean, sometimes, in other podcasts you'll have ideas, but you don't get everything out. But yeah, you actually reminded me of a lot of stuff. And yeah, we had a lot of stuff to talk about, man. I mean, obviously from the Matt Riddle stuff to just the way WWE handles their internal stuff altogether, and the
Bill Burr on Saturday Night Live.
yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Obviously, I had fun recapping the draft as well, man. And Obviously, helping to book Sami Zayn to get his shot at Roman Reigns was fun as hell too. But yeah, man, this list, man, you had me. I was racking my brain because I got the extra week. We were supposed to meet last week, but I got an extra week. I got a bye week,
Of course.
and I needed it because like I said, I probably would have had a few different names, but it was able, to give me more time to remember certain matches. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I had fun. I had a lot of fun coming up with these lists, man. It was definitely a fun time.
Man, time just flew by.
It is what it is, man.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Not just the not just the legend killers, but like the time killers too. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
works.
All right. Oh, one more thing. Match recommendation of the week, Brandon. What you got? Or sorry, Quincy. What you got?
Brandon or Kwency, if you know me, that's cool. And I only bring this up because I just recently watched this, and it has nothing to do. Well, I guess it has something to do with some of what we talked about. But former Dean Ambrose, now Jon Moxley. Go ahead and watch Jon Moxley facing Kenny Omega in an unsanctioned match at AEW Full Gear.
Yeah, I was talking. That was on my match of the decades list. I remember that one.
Dude, that match, I mean, look, I was there live. I'm actually on that pay-per-view for 2 seconds. So Tony Khan, I need my check because you're using my likeness without paying me, damn it. But I'm on that pay-per-view. I witnessed that match live and that was insane. So very randomly, or I should say very rarely, when I go to an event live, do I ever watch it back from the TV view because I'm thinking, hey, I was just there. I don't need to watch it, right?
Yeah.
But this one, this is only the second time I've watched it back live, and I just, it takes me back to, certain things I remember being there, and just the energy of the crowd, and just, I remember when the crowd went crazy for that shit, or, it's just, if you have 45 minutes and you have the stomach, by all means, go and check this match out because it has everything that you could possibly think of and things you weren't realizing that you needed in your life as well. But again, TV 14. This is not for the PG crowd. Let's just say that. But yeah, Jon Moxley, Kenny Omega, unsanctioned match at Full Gear.
For sure, man. Okay, so for me, I got. I was having a really hard time thinking about this one. I'm a little underprepared, but I will give a list. I think it's fair to give a list from my top 10 list. And I'll pick Dean Ambrose versus Seth Rollins versus Roman Reigns. Money in the Bank, Battleground. Damn good match, hell of a match. Watching all three of them go at it. I think my favorite spot of that match was so they all did like their signature moves. So Rollins did a jumping enziguri to Roman Reigns.
And correct me if I'm wrong. This is like right after Dean Ambrose won the Money in the Bank and cashed in on Seth, right?
Yep.
Because that was one of my favorite moments. Because you had Seth who just came back. He beats Roman. Then gets cashed in on, and then it forces the triple threat. Yeah, I do remember this.
Yeah, I get you.
You said he hit him with the jumping enziguri.
Yeah, so he hit him with the jumping enziguri, I think to Dean. Yeah. So to Dean. So then Dean goes back to recline into the rebound clothesline, but then Roman hits Seth with the Superman punch, and then at that moment, Dean Ambrose hits Roman with the rebound clothesline. I thought that spot was so damn cool. But like not just outside of that moment, it was just such a damn good match. And then Dean Ambrose pinned Roman Reigns. Like that's pretty rare to see. So
he probably in the back is like, you're buying beer tonight. Yeah,
for sure.
Because those guys also obviously had a close knit relationship. All three of those guys outside the ring too. So Yeah, I mean, I definitely I'm gonna go and watch that back myself because like I said, that's why I had to ask and double check like what was the setup for that match because I was like, wait a minute, when did those guys go against each other? I was like, oh yeah, that was right when they actually trusted Ambrose to hold a championship and he actually beat someone, you know. So yeah, I remember that. Well, I want to go and check that out now. But yeah, that was a good one, man. Definitely check that out, guys.
Yep, loved it. It was a good one. Alrighty, so I was gonna wrap up the show. Thank you guys for tuning in. This was a hell of a show.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Take care, everybody.
And man, and remember, stay positive.
Yep.
There's people out there. We're out there. If you need us, you know what I mean. If you want us to even do like, hit us up. Whether it's Eddie, whether it's me, whether it's the PLK show, dude. If you need someone to drop a prayer your way or something, man, just let us know. Like we're here for you.
We got you. We got you. We care about you. We love you. You know what I mean? Just as long as you're all okay. You know, that's all that matters.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. But yeah, on that note, let's be positive. And thanks again for having me on the show, man. This has been the podcast Legend Killers. I'm Kwency Jones. Go from the Kwency Jones Show. What a pleasure. Part 3, man. The trilogy is now complete. Until next time, hopefully we can get Doc on the show, man. Again, thanks again. Yeah, we gotta hear his top 10. Maybe we can get that. Maybe we can get it. Have him do a top 10. You know, slow feed it to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Alrighty.
But you have a good night. Again, everyone else, thanks for listening to the PLK show, man. Till next time, we'll be out.